hell is going on?
No matter how far you go into the dark, when you flip, you go exactly the same place to the light in our galaxy. Everything. Because everything is in balance. Everything is a polarity.
I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is.
Yes, we are, even on Christmas Eve. What the hell is going on, everyone? Welcome to the Christmas party. I hope you're all having a good day or having a good night, morning, depending whatever time it is, wherever you are. But I'm hoping to provide a really fun show today. We've got lots of stuff to get into. It's probably going to be a big one. Probably, I'm thinking at least 3 hours, but we'll see. I've been very wrong before. But hopefully, we're going to have some fun for those of you who are up late, wrapping some last-minute presents and getting those last-minute things done. We've got a little bit of tunes going just for the start, okay? Because I know a lot of you guys have been here and you've been busy subscribing to members, putting in your chats, donating, gifting memberships. Okay, look, this is what we're going to get into with the show today. We're doing, well, given that it's Christmas, I thought it would be very relevant to visit our favorite disclosure uncles, right? Does anyone in the chat have a guess on who our disclosure uncles are? You know your uncle who you sort of like, he's a little bit weird. You haven't seen him in a while, but then it's Christmas time, so you see him again. Does anyone have any guesses on who our weird disclosure uncles are that we're going to be visiting today? There's a few more topics. But that's where we're going to start. We're going to be talking about AI. We're going to have a more positive take because it is Christmas on what the hell is going on in the world right now. We're going to be hearing from Jesse Michels. We've got a Whistleblower tier list, which I'm really looking forward to. Duncan Trussel on Danny Jones. And also from Salvatore Pais, which is some really interesting clips I'm looking forward to showing you guys. A couple of people got it right. David Icke is the first one, but the second one is nobody guessed it, but it is Ross Coulthart. Your favorite disclosure uncle. That's right. That's what we're going to be kicking it off with today. But first, let me just get through some of these. So Colin Down Under, you little freak. Thank you for becoming a member. Derpy Derp, welcome back, sir. Thank you. Aaron Clark, celebrating 2 months, says, Merry Christmas, Polarity family. Proud to be a weirdo. Thank you very much, brother. Happy to have you here. And he's also gifted a membership, spreading that love, and threw in a $2 and said it is the season to be merry. It is the season to Merry Christmas, new weirdo. Thank you very much, bro. Mickey gifted 10 memberships. Mickey, you are a sweetheart. Thank you. And Taris came in and said, you know what? I'm going to double that and I'm going to gift 20. Guys, let's get some love in the chat for these legends and all the new freaks that we just collected. Welcome, guys. Yvonne Pandora gifted $50. Yvonne, we weren't even started yet. Thank you very much. You are an absolute gem. I appreciate you and all of your support. Merry Christmas. And Stone Cold Steve Austin, celebrating 4 months, says, let's go weirdos. All right, let's get into the show. Before we do, though, if you've attended a Polarity party before, you would know that there's no real rules, but there's an unspoken rule, okay? And that is, whenever you see Al Putoff appear on the screen, and you don't know when Al Putoff is going to appear, but he looks something like this, okay? When you see Al Putoff appear, you have to take a drink, okay? I don't make these rules. I just help enforce them. Now, when he appears, you take a drink, and you say hoot hoot in the chat. Now, if you don't drink, you can just say hoot hoot. And if you don't want to say hoot hoot, you don't have to, because like I said, there's actually no rules at all. You can do what you want. You can leave the stream if you want to. But for those of you that want to play along, that is what we're doing today. So look, he's there. I'll take the first drink to that. We've got a few bin tanks in the fridge for the party tonight. All right. Scott Wee, $2. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you. Okay. I think, you know what? Before we actually get into the clips, I just found this on X that I wanted to show you guys because I just think it's brilliant. And a lot of you guys will have probably seen this before. Let's jump over here.
Eventually people are going to say, what?
I keep doing that lately. I go to change screen and it seems like I end the show. Don't worry, it's not over yet. We've got a lot to get into. So this is a guy explaining the Dunning-Kruger effect. And I just think this is brilliant. A lot of you guys have probably heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect before, or you've heard it, or maybe you have, but you haven't heard it explained. This is a fantastic explanation of it. And I think anytime someone says something closed-minded, I'm just going to say, that's all good, bro. Just go look up the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's all I'm going to say, and that's all you need to say, I think. Take a listen to this.
Here's the thing. The Dunning-Kruger effect. It says that the less you know, the more you think you know, and the more certain you are of it. Certainty is not a measure of knowledge. In fact, confidence often peaks before competence. When you know very little, you don't yet know how much there is to know. So everything feels obvious. Everything that you think you understand is clear. But as understanding truly grows, certainty drops, nuance appears, questions multiply. But that's not weakness, that's learning. And precision in language forces a certain humility, because certainty resists, and the loudest voices are rarely the most informed. They're usually just the least aware of their own blind spots. And that's food for thought.
And we need to get that. We need to get that entire 52-second video printed on a t-shirt and put in the Polarity merch store ASAP. I'm going to assign that task to Suki, who is now my new virtual assistant. Actually, she's working remotely for me still, just behind the scenes. So Suki, I'm going to get you to get that on a t-shirt as soon as possible and into the merch store. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, it wouldn't be a party without some decorations, of course. And as well, if you guys didn't know, there is currently 20% off the Polarity merch store. The link for that is below. Use the code WeirdoXmas if you want to get yourself a little discount on some merch. The Dunning-Kruger effect t-shirt isn't in there yet, but it will be. All right. So we're going to kick it off. Okay. So the first clip that I wanted to show you guys is actually from the latest Joey Barton interview with David Icke. Okay. He does a really cool bit about, you know, breaking free from like the mental prison of caring what other people think about you, and when you say things that you believe, that you are sort of scared on how other people are going to perceive you, about how liberating that can be, about getting out of that. And he actually refers to his very first interview, like his famous interview where he came out with the turquoise jumpsuit on. And I thought, you know what? I've never actually watched the whole thing like start to finish. So I thought we would do that today. It only goes for like 12 minutes. So let's do that. And then we're going to jump to the modern day David Icke on him reflecting on that and actually how beneficial it was for him at the time. And I watched it for a couple of minutes just to check it out. And, you know, it's interesting just to hear him, you know, he like just some of the concepts he begins to explain, and the people in the background are just like laughing at him. And he's not even saying anything that outrageous, but these, you know, it's just interesting to see how people perceive these ideas back in the 90s, like the early 90s, I believe this was. And I will say as well, though, David definitely has a little streak of arrogance about him, which probably doesn't help his case. Why is it not purple? Because it's Christmas. What are you talking about? Look, it's Christmas. We got the red and the green. Come on. It's a party. All right, let's go. This is the original David Icke interview that put him on the scene.
Far more serious than mere ecological disaster. According to his book, The Truth Vibrations, the world as we know it is about to end. David
What is
Icke.
that? Oh, shit. He was hiding.
So you're all in the turquoise, which of course is the colour.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, that's a good start. Fill your mouth full of sweets. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, the world is not necessarily going to end, but the Earth is going to go through a series of geological changes that are necessary to make sure it doesn't end. That's the point.
Yeah. Did I see you say that turquoise is the colour? What's turquoise going to do?
Well, there is an energy that comes from a being called the Godhead, which is, I mean, we talk about God. The Godhead is not a guy with a beard sitting on a cloud. It is a massive spirit, the basis of all creation.
It's a spirit.
And coming out from this Godhead, round all creation, through all the stars, through all the planets and everything else, is the life force known as the light. I mean, the Bible refers to the light. And within this light are various other energies which have certain gifts. And these other energies have a frequency that is the same as all the colors.
Yes.
And turquoise actually is the same frequency as an energy called love and wisdom. Therefore, when you wear that color, you attract it. When you wear black, you attract a color that is the opposite to love and all the things we wish to bring to the earth.
But
and it attracts another kind of energy, which is very
But this is very hard.
imbalancing.
This is very hard on priests and nuns, isn't it?
Well, maybe that's a sign that maybe all the truth is not in the hands of the traditional church that has been with us over all these thousands of years.
Well, now, let me get the story right. The press claim that you claim to be the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, you see, the thing is that you see, it's quite funny, really. You know, 2,000 years ago, had
They weren't
a
ready.
guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really, really funny that we've not really moved on that much. There have been many missions, if you like, over the last 12,000 years to try to free the earth from control by a force that is working against the Godhead. The Godhead is the basis of all love and wisdom and all the rest of it in the whole of creation. But there is another being, the Bible refers to it as Satan, the real name is Lucifer, who is trying to take over creation. And because of the very important part this particular planet plays in the whole, actually destroying this planet would be a major step forward in that direction. Therefore, for the last 12,000 years, the influence on this planet has been from this being and from the energy which he sends out. And it's an energy that stimulates people to think in a certain way. So we hate, we are aggressive, we have no forgiveness, we have no tolerance. And I ask the audience this, when you survey the world today, you know, when a child dies in this world of preventable disease every 2 seconds, when the economic system of the world must destroy the earth simply for that system to survive, when you see all the wars and when you see all the pain and when you see all the suffering, is it a force of love and wisdom and tolerance that is in control of this planet? Or is
Dude, so this is a live audience, and he, in the clip following this that we're going to be looking at when he reflects on this, he says that it was a massive live audience too. And look at him. He is just looking them in the eye and just like spitting fire. Like, you know, you can just tell that this guy is speaking from like he's so firm in what he believes and what he understands. And like, he has just so much conviction in what he's saying. He's brave. Yeah, I totally agree, Heather. The way he's just eyeing this entire audience and not blinking, not stuttering, just telling him what they were not ready to hear.
Is it a force that wishes to bring about the very hate, the very aggression, the very suffering? Because the key thing to get over, Terry, is this. When we think, it is not a vacuum. When we think, we create an energy field. This is how telepathy works. An energy field leaves one being and other beings can tune into it and read that thought.
Go on.
When you think thoughts of love and wisdom and of tolerance and all the things we wish to bring to the earth, you create a certain kind of thought energy, the very same energy that the Godhead sends around creation. When you think the other thoughts of hatred, of anger, of aggression, you create a different kind of energy known as negativity, which is very, very destructive. This being called Lucifer lives off this energy. So the more that is produced on this planet, the more powerful that being becomes. Therefore, he stimulates and has stimulated this planet over 12,000 years since he's been in control to produce as much of this energy as possible.
So evil is...
Isn't it interesting to hear him say that? Because he's basically just saying exactly like what Tom DeLonge said, that there is, you know, rather than calling it Lucifer, call them the others that feed off of negative energy. Like, it's like the exact same concept. And David Icke is basically saying it with a slightly different framework, but the exact same themes in, I think this is like 1991. I think this is like literally almost the 80s.
Been in control of the planet for 12,000 years.
It has been the dominating force. Evil's not the right word. It is imbalance. But it has been increasingly in control. As I repeat, survey the world, ladies and gentlemen. Is the force of love in control of this world, guiding this planet at this time? Of course not. The negativity, the thoughts that I'm talking about that are very destructive, are pouring out of this planet
let me
every
interrupt
day.
you. Was it a great
I'm just picturing the audience staring back with like the fluoride stare, just like completely, just nothing's landing.
shock for you to discover this at 38?
Well, I think the word is gobsmacked. But again, you know, the best way of removing negativity is to laugh and be joyous. So I'm delighted that there's so much laughter in the audience tonight.
But no, it's a...
But just let me say this.
They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
Fine.
And they all cheer.
I didn't mean that to be hurtful.
Terry.
I don't want you to misinterpret it. They're not laughing in sympathy with you.
No, let me say two things to that. First of all, if anyone believes, after 12,000 years of this truth being lost and forgotten, that coming out with it initially is going to get any kind of reaction other than that one or condemnation, then I would be a crackpot if I thought that was the case. The other thing is, there is this great illusion, you know, that Jesus was born and stood up and said, I know who I am. It was revealed to him in stages. He was very, very close to beginning the mission which is described in the Bible, but not described brilliantly accurately, before he knew who he was. And when he came out, Terry, and said, I am the Son of God, I am an aspect of the soul of the Godhead incarnate because of things that need to be done on this planet urgently, people laughed, people ridiculed. And in the end, you know, they crucified him because the intolerance on the planet at that time was so great that if someone else in the traditional church says we have one life and we are judged on that one life on earth by a judgmental God on whether we go to heaven or hell forever, we are judged, some of us, on 90 years and some on a life that lasts a few minutes before babies die after being
Anne was
born.
quick.
Some are
Anne was
judged on
quick with
having
it.
perfect physical bodies and being millionaires. Others are judged on one lifetime racked with disabled bodies. If I said that, people say, okay, fair enough. We either believe that or we don't. But people don't actually laugh. But when you come out with an alternative view, suddenly it's very funny. I find the version of life that I've just described extremely funny in comparison, but they have people who believe that and expound that view, have every right in the world to have that view and expound it. I'm tolerant of them. I ask people to be tolerant of another view.
Well, now, this is not entirely unreasonable, but there are a couple of questions. First of all, why you? And secondly, if I may say so, you have confused the message by an awful lot of predictions. Mm-hmm. You've told us that there are going to be earthquakes, and some of them going to happen quite soon.
Yeah. Well, two things to that. First of all, why me? Well, why anybody? I mean, people would have said to Jesus, and many other people like Jesus that have not been written into history. I mean, that was the most famous effort of this kind to wrest control of this planet from these forces. But there have been many before that. They would have said, why you? You're a carpenter's son, for goodness sake. Who the heck are you? So that's
yeah,
so
but,
why
but
anybody?
You're saying you were part of Jesus' soul before.
Precisely.
You're also part of many other people's lives on the way through history.
As we all have been. We've all been on this earth and incarnated into different physical bodies many times. It's called reincarnation. But the other point you bring up about the predictions.
Yes.
If I am given information from beings who have proved to be perfectly accurate day after day after day, and things they've told us are going to happen, and they happen.
They told you Saddam Hussein was dead, and he's
That's
not.
right. Yes, he is.
Well, I watched his birthday party on the television yesterday.
All I can say to you is all that glitters is not gold. Hang about and watch and wait. But I'll say two things to watch for and let the alarm bells go if they happen. One is if they suddenly announce he is dead now, therefore they don't have to explain the past and what's happened over the last few weeks and the fact that he's been dead for many weeks. And secondly, if they say we've done a deal, he's gone into exile, and part of the deal is not to name the country he has gone to, therefore disappear Saddam, let the alarm bells ring.
But those two things are likely to happen, and you will be saying, oh, well, he's been dead for some time. But we saw him on the television yesterday, celebrating his birthday.
All that glitters is not gold. Just hang about and wait.
I see. Now, what about eruption? When may we expect tidal waves, eruptions, earthquakes?
Well, because of the nature of the way the Earth has been treated over a long period of time, a tremendous amount of energy has built up within the Earth that cannot get out. If it doesn't get out, bang. So this is going to be released in a controlled manner, as controlled as possible, through earthquakes, through volcanoes and such like. If they don't happen, this is not punishment. If they don't happen, there is no Earth. Because of the way the Earth's been treated, the Earth is also extremely, extremely weak. And it's in the situation now where it cannot function by itself as an independent entity. It is in effect on a life support machine already. Now the question is, it's a bit...
Dan, that sounds like the 4chan whistleblower. You know, I don't know how I feel about the 4chan whistleblowers. Like, I always feel like it's hard to lean too much into it. And I'm not referring to like the main original one. I'm referring to the one that I covered kind of midway through the year, where he spoke about these sort of UAPs, I think, being like red blood cells to the Earth, and that they were running out, and that this is what 2027 was about, is that the Earth is going to completely lose its protection from like exterior threats and forces. But it is 4chan at the end of the day. But it's interesting to hear David Icke saying a similar thing here in the 90s.
Like a patient, where they say the patient needs this operation to survive, but is the patient strong enough to take the operation? And that is the point that the Earth is at now. When these things happen...
As they will,
my goodness, they will.
When is the first thing going to happen?
Well, it will certainly happen this year. The first sequence will begin this year. The question is that they are making before it starts is the Earth yet strong enough to survive
let me
these
ask you,
changes?
why should we believe you if we have trained, highly intelligent, erudite scientists who tell us that none of these things are going to happen? Why should we believe you?
Well, first of all, two things to that. First of all, the same kind of erudite scientists, but highly intelligent, once said the Earth was flat. And the people that said the Earth was round were laughed at. And the same thing's happening now. You know. The second thing is, I am asking no one in this theatre, no one watching this program, no one on this planet to believe a word of it.
But why are you saying it then?
Because the fundamental law of creation is that of free will. To be given opportunities to make decisions and choices based on information.
If you could give us some kind of proof, anybody can get up and say these things are going to happen because they've been divinely inspired. And lots of people have done it in the past. You know, in the year 1000, we had all these people coming up saying that the world is going to end. And lots of people ran at the top of the mountains, as they have been doing.
I'm not saying the world's going to
years.
end. I'm saying it could.
But they're saying also, yes, well, these people probably said the same thing. Nothing happened. And they said, it's because of the power of my prayers that saved. Is this what you're going to do?
No, I mean, some of these things are not, they are the consequence of 12,000 years of human free will choice and behavior. Therefore, many of them are unstoppable. And I'm not going to stand up and say, well, they're not happening because of what I've done. Some of them are going to happen. And I'm not asking anyone to believe it. But you see, if the traditional church...
But then there's no point in you saying
But of course not. You see, why should I impose...
Did you just agree with me?
Why should I impose my will? Why should I try to impose what I'm saying on anyone? They have the right to listen to what I'm saying,
but if you
to listen to what the traditional church is saying.
If you don't give them any kind of proof, if you don't give them any reason to believe in you, they will dismiss you as a crank, which is what they're doing.
Well, that's their free will choice. But, Terry...
Interesting that he says, like, he just assumes that, like, if you don't provide proof of what you're saying, they will dismiss you as a lunatic. It's almost like at this point in time, like, having an open mind to possibilities or the fact that, like, we don't know everything was, like, ludicrous.
That's
if
just
I am
an easy
saying,
up-to.
If I am saying that these things are going to happen this year, then we'll see, won't we?
And what will happen if they don't happen? What will happen to you?
They will happen because if they don't happen, there will be no Earth. And it's as simple as that. And I frankly don't care what anyone thinks. They have free will to make their own choices on what is said. I say wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, David Icke.
Thank you.
Good on you, David.
Thanks to David. Now, moving on.
Good on you, David. Let him know, mate. Let him know. And so that was, it's actually longer than the main clip that we were going to look at, but I just thought it'd be an interesting preamble because this is David on the Joey Barton podcast, which as always, everything that we look at today is going to be linked below if you want to check out the full thing. But this is David Icke on Joey Barton's podcast. Only, I think this got filmed probably a month ago. And he's reflecting on that exact interview and speaking about how the ridicule that he faced after that was just so intense that it kind of forced him to sort of like shed this skin of caring what anybody thought about him. So let's get into that.
And that was when I went on the Wogan show, right in the middle of that. And then I got what that led to was enormous ridicule. I couldn't walk down any street in Britain without being laughed at.
I watched that this morning, and it was hostile out the gate.
Yeah,
your introduction's hostile, and to be fair to Terry,
Rusty was quick.
I'm thinking, has he been out of turn there? The audience is obviously the audience, and the fucking But Terry, I think, was he had to be skeptical because of where he's at, and obviously TV world and all that. And when I see you go on, obviously you got your nice turquoise shell suit on, you look the part. I was struck by how much you kind of look like each other. Two very good looking, men at that point. And when I watched it, I was like, it almost felt like the audience and Ted, they just weren't ready for that conversation. No, society in 91 was obviously...
No, they weren't. But I tell you what...
they were not ready.
Did they clip it? Did they edit it to make it look...
No, it was live.
Okay.
It was live. So, and it was a massive audience because of what was in the papers leading up to it, and because it was prime time, it was early evening.
Yeah, I remember him being massive, Ted.
Yeah, it was. But it gave me an enormous gift, which you could only really see in hindsight. And that gift was the massive historic levels of ridicule that followed.
Isn't this just an amazing example of perspective, right? When that happened to anyone, you would have this choice of cowering away, hating your life, being so embarrassed and just thinking the world, everyone hates you. Or you could have the choice to see it in a different way, like David did, and go on to do great things.
Because what it does, you either withdraw from society and disappear, or you say, I am me, I am free. And the greatest prison that people live in is the fear of what other people think. Because if you are constantly concerned with what other people think, you are going to squeeze what you say and what you appear to stand for to be within the parameters of what is acceptable to other people to think, and what is acceptable for other people for you to say.
Let them know.
Or again, here we go again, all that infinity of possibility, of insight, of potential is all denied to you because if you go there, these people are going to react to you in a certain way. So again, it's another prison. It's another mind prison.
Well, when I watched that, because you got your lovely hair and you come back and Terry's got the suit on, and obviously he's got his syrup pulled across because he's combing that bald spot of his.
That's a fucking comb over he has.
Absolutely well. And when I watch you, you're obviously there, young, and you're coming back, and it looked to me, and it's 1991, so the world's completely different, but it looked to me like someone who's been travelling. I thought he's been on the DMT there or the ayahuasca. He's fucking seen his pathway, as a lot of people do, and he's come back to try and tell an audience. But you couldn't at that point tell Terry Wogan, I've been to Peru, got off my chops, and obviously figured out what I'm trying to do, because the BBC is very conservative.
Fucking DMT.
So I was looking at it going, I was looking at you going, you kind of no way you could speak to this old fuddy-duddy of the establishment about what you were talking about. And obviously, you can hear the crowd laughing. And to be fair, I thought you handled it superbly well when you're like, look, I expected this. I'm saying stuff that, was not normal. to these kind of, you know,
Yeah,
9 to 5
people say to me, when you come out with this, did you not think you get ridiculed? And you think, you know, I actually worked that out.
Yeah, you could see you say that on the...
Yeah.
I thought you handled yourself really well.
So
did you experience an awakening? Yeah, so I was looking at it going, have you experienced a kind of awakening from other people like Terry Wogan and the crowd or whatever? They're looking at it going, are we experiencing a breakdown here? And also, you know, can you kind of see those two different things at
Yes,
play?
I can. I can completely understand why people reacted as they did. But like everything, you know, every time we say something or do something, we often believe we're making a statement about someone else. We're actually making a statement about ourselves with everything we do, about our state of being. So that said something about people in general, that someone's come on and obviously is going through some strange thing, and they just laugh. But what that did was set me free, because everyone seemed to be laughing anyway. So I just thought, okay, I'm going to be me. If you don't like it, you laugh all you like. I'm going to go on this journey.
Well, there's nothing worse they can do to you after that. You're like, well, that's the worst you're going to do.
Exactly. And so it freed me of the prison that most people live in, which is the fear of other people, what other people think.
And you're
so
a sniper.
What you do when you let go of that fear, which is absolutely pivotal in your life, is you then will explore these other possibilities beyond the so-called normal, and you will then communicate them in the sense of, this is what I've found and this is how I see it. And if people laugh at you, well, they bloody laugh at you. You don't mind anymore. So people that are in fear of what other people think are not living their uniqueness. They're not living their life. They're living what they think is acceptable to other people. Well, sod that for a game of soldiers. I'm going to...
Sod that for a game of soldiers. Put that on a T-shirt. Absolutely. Actually, look, I'll save my story time for the end.
live my life. How you react to me is completely your right to react me how you like, but you're not going to stop me being what I am and saying what I think. And that was crucial, because I didn't know at that point, sitting on in that seat at the Wogan show, that what was coming along in the journey was talking about shape-shifting reptilians, other dimensional manipulation of human society, the fact we live in a frickin' simulation, the fact that the way we experience reality as physical is not real. I didn't know this was coming. So right at the start, get rid of that idea, get rid of that fear of what other people think, because if you retain it, you ain't never going to talk about this stuff publicly, because you're going to go, I can see how people react to this.
Yeah, it's almost like stripping yourself off naked and then saying, right, but what's the worst that can happen, you know? And then you build it back from there. So you said there about that kind of perception.
You've always got the fucking weirdest analogies, Joey.
Perception prison that we live in, or that people can live in. The walls of that, who creates those walls? Is that us, or is that something else that creates those walls?
Well, ultimately, we create them by allowing them to be imposed upon us. We impose them on ourselves. But there is a force at work which is seeking to squeeze our sense of reality, so we don't see actually what's really going on, because what's really going on is vastly greater than even the alternative media believe is going on. Vastly, vastly greater. And that
vastly greater. And when, like, the bit I wanted to touch on was when he's talking about people like unable to sort of speak their truth, and they think they're speaking their truth, but they're actually just kind of speaking. They're actually just like this version of themselves that society has kind of created for them. Like they're sort of squished into this box, and they just become like another carbon copy of everyone else. I was actually speaking, I remember a while ago, I was speaking to my little sister about this, and we were talking about how like she sort of noticed like her friends, and you know, I've noticed it too, like everyone is kind of the same, unless you're like a little bit weird and a little bit out there, you know, or I would say a little bit not boring. everyone is like, there's like a few categories that like everyone can sort of be put into, whether it's like, they're into like sports or they're into like this, like there's just like these main categories that everyone is kind of like the same, generally like all girls' Instagrams, like generally kind of have like a similar vibe. Like, you know what I'm saying? When you try to like speak your own truth and just be yourself, it's so radically different to what everyone else is doing that you feel like the weird person. And then people kind of like naturally slide into, because it feels weird and scary, or you face ridicule from other people, you just kind of like naturally kind of like either retort into the box and become like everyone else, or you just like withdraw completely and you like don't associate with anyone else because you can kind of see it for what it is, but you're still also too sort of like, I don't know, maybe not insecure, but like you're just afraid to kind of step out and just be yourself. What I've found so interesting since being in Bali, right, is I've met a few other like content creators, right? No one that does like sort of, okay, basically every content creator that I've met is like a health and fitness influencer, or like some kind of like a life coach or something like that, right? I've met most of them just like at the gym or like in the sauna or whatever. All of them, and generally when someone says like, what do you do for work? YouTube. Generally, there's only two follow-up questions. One of them is, what kind of content do you make? The second one is how many subscribers do you have? They're the two questions you get. As soon as I get what kind of content do you make, I have to say, how do I tell them? I generally say I just look into conspiracies, or I kind of like, I just say something like that. And most of the time, most people are kind of like, oh, like, that's not what I was expecting. I was expecting you to be a health and fitness influencer like the 4,000 other people here. But no, you say you look into conspiracies and they kind of go like, oh. And then you say, how many subscribers do you have? And I was like, oh, I just hit over 100K. So many of them were like, oh my God, that's a lot. Like, that's crazy. Like, you could just see, like, they're kind of like, whoa, they don't expect that. And then all of a sudden they're going like, what, like, they're asking me questions like, how did you do this? What, blah, 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 blah. And I just say to them like, bro, honestly, just be yourself. Like, yeah, I mean, you're already in a niche that is completely flooded, first of all, with like the heaps of other people that are all trying to do the same thing as you. Like, don't try to mimic them. Don't try to fit inside the box because there's already thousands of them. Just be yourself. Like, just be you. Be unapologetically you with your mistakes and just let it out, man. Let your weirdness out. The little weird things that make you who you are, just fucking let it out, man. And, I mean, I put it a little bit more eloquently than that. But most of them were like, that's really good advice, but man, that's actually so hard. That's so hard. And I was like, I get it. Obviously, I get it because I had to go through what, and this is what David's talking about, right? Is about just getting over what people think about you. Like, who fucking cares? And the craziest thing is when you can actually get over that hump and you just do it, you'll find that that when you sort of put that authenticity out there, people are actually kind of like, oh, this guy isn't a sheep like everyone else. Like, that's interesting. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy how just being yourself is almost kind of like magnetic and unique. And it's like sad in a way that like being yourself is unique. It just kind of shows like how much people are kind of like, they put this self-imprisonment on themselves in their mind on what people are going to think. And at the end of the day, who fucking cares what people think? Because everyone's too busy thinking about themselves, first of all. And, one day you're going to be dead. They're going to be dead. No one's going to fucking care anyway. So just fuck it. And you know what? I can hoot to that, baby. Come on. Where is he? Get up there. Get up there, Al. God damn it, Al. Get up. A drink to that. Hoot, hoot. Rain was quick on that one. My man, Rain. Nice to see you here, brother. All right. We're going to jump over to the next clip. We're going to go see our other favorite uncle just arrived at the Christmas party. So we're going to go spend some time with him. But just before we do, Michael Gibbons says, Merry Christmas, Clayton. Clayton, it's just awesome to be here tonight. Let the bin tank flow, Clayton. Thank you very much, Michael Gibbons. Clayton, I appreciate you, brother. Taras says, Happy holidays, weirdos. Thank you very much, Taras, sir. Good to see you. Di celebrating 5 months says, Merry Christmas, Josh, and all you weirdos. Thank you very much, Di, and for your 5 months of support. I appreciate you. Susie says, here is some money for the toilet chair fund. With the toilet chair, I mean, to be honest, I probably could use a toilet chair right now in Bali. The stomach is on a bit of a roller coaster right now. Yep. Drucifer says, "Buddy duddy." Yeah, there's some. You got to love the English. They're good for some good quotes and accents. Matty John says, "Merry Christmas to everyone. Look forward to the future. Urge with Josh and Polarity. What a great community. Thank you very much, Matty John. Appreciate you, bro." Ra Clark says, "Fuddy Christmas." Bleak says, "Merry Christmas, boss." Thank you very much, Bleak. Nice to see you here, bro. Monkey Sausage says, "A poll on David Icke buying what he's selling." What would you like to see in the poll, bro? Like just like a yes or no vibes kind of thing. And Ra Clark says, "If you build it, the weirdos will come." Absolutely. That is the ethos, and that is how we got started. Put out your vibe and find your tribe. That's how we got started, baby, and here we are. Everything is fake. Thank you very much for becoming a member. I appreciate you. All right. We can get a poll running up for David Icke. In the meantime, we're going to jump over to our other favorite uncle, Ross Coulthart. Yep. You know who it is. It's been a while. You know, we used to cover Ross a lot, and we don't do it as much anymore these days because, I mean, honestly, I just don't watch as much News Nation anymore. It kind of feels like the CNN for alternative boomers.
I'm so excited.
You know what I mean?
about
And I mean that with love. I actually do still watch it sometimes. So I don't like dislike it, and I don't think people shouldn't watch it. Like, I think it's cool. I think I'm just preoccupied with other things. But Ross is doing his thing, and we've got a couple of clips from him. The first one is him giving his take on the Disclosure Day poster. So we kind of covered this, and I gave you guys my thoughts on the trailer. This is Ross's take on what we can kind of see here and just kind of how he's feeling about the movie, which I thought was interesting. And Paul Keenan has gifted a membership. Paul, you legend. Thank you very much. Let's get some love in the chat for Paul and our new weirdo. And Xenoscrape, just quickly with £10, says, "Got to remember the media itself at this time was responsible for a culture of MK consciousness control. It couldn't afford to have this taken seriously." Yeah, I mean, thank you, bro, first of all. And, you know, how deep it runs, you know, how quickly did the powers that be realize that television was basically the most powerful brainwashing tool on Earth? You got to wonder that. All right, let's go with this one. Ross on the new Steven Spielberg movie Disclosure Day.
At this billboard, like everybody else, I've been up late trying to divine the mysteries behind the image. You see what looks like maybe a blue jay, a crow, or a raven in some kind of white silhouette with a upside down human eye inside.
Sorry to cut him off, but can I just say, when we first covered this and looked at this photo, it did not click to me that that was a bird. I didn't know it was a bird. Didn't know it was a bird until after the trailer came out. And I saw someone say that, like, "Oh, yeah, the bird on the poster." And I was like, what? I don't remember a bird on the poster. And then I was looking at it going, where's the bird? Like, what are they talking about? And then I realized that the light was in the shape of a bird. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
What does it mean? It hints that disclosure is coming. I've been researching, like everybody else. I've been trying to sort of divine the entrails and figure out what it all means. And the best I can find is that an upside down human eye does have slightly occult connotations. I was doing some research earlier on today.
Come on, Uncle
Ross. It
Ross.
can be viewed as a reversal of the natural order. In many esoteric traditions, inversion signifies the reversal of the divine or cosmic order, the material world versus the spiritual world, or the Luciferian Promethean rebellion against God, black magic, or left-hand practices.
This just feels like your favorite uncle, you know, just turning it up with a bit of a fun story at Christmas time.
Left-hander, I don't go in for this nonsense about left-handers. I am a cack-hander and proud of it. An upright eye is almost universally the eye of divine providence or awakened spiritual vision, the eye of Horus or the eye of providence. Flipping it upside down is allegedly interpreted by many occultists as the eye of Lucifer, the eye of anti-cosmic Gnosticism, or the eye that sees from below. Now, look, frankly, this is all total guesswork. Steven Spielberg, of course, is the filmmaker who made Close Encounters and E.T., two of my favourite E.T. movies. And he's long indicated that he wants to do a serious disclosure-oriented movie, and filming's been underway since mid this year. And we're told it'll come out in June of 2026, just in time, we hope, for President Trump's disclosure, which, of course, we're not holding our breath for.
Yeah. No way, Ross just said, of course we're not holding our breath for. Just hit us with the biggest Kirby breath of all time. Can we replay that one, Suki? Rewind it back for me, Suki. Come on. Thank you.
Disclosure, which of course we're not holding our breath for. What does it mean? We frankly don't know, but
you gotta love
think
him.
He's done very clever things by keeping people guessing. I do think there's a lot to the story that Steven Spielberg did a private showing with Ronald Reagan in the White House when Reagan was president, and that Reagan pointed towards Spielberg and indicated that there's only one other person in the room who knows a great deal about this subject of UFOs than I do. And I think Spielberg over the years has probably been given a few useful drops along the way. I do wonder if the shape, the look of E.T., the terrestrial, was an entire coincidence. And I think Close Encounters was a remarkably well-informed film because, of course, it had Jacques Vallée and some of the great UFO experts behind it. Whether or not this film will be the revelation of disclosure, there are some conspiracy theories that are suggesting that Spielberg's been given the drop and that this is the beginning of an eventual rollout disclosure. One thing I'm pretty sure of right now is there is no plan in place for disclosure in the Trump administration. Frankly, the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. They're distracted by other things. I get no indication. The people who are suggesting that the pundits are talking about a 85 to 95% certainty that Trump will disclose by Christmas, I think are blowing smoke through a certain orifice. I just can't see it happening.
Tell him, Ross. Blowing smoke through a certain orifice. Who in the chat can guess what orifice we might be talking about there? Interesting. Trying to find a good pause frame. There he is. Okay. Interesting for him to say that. I wonder if Ross, because Ross seems to be, whether it's disinformation or not, he seems to be plugged in to some interesting places. So it's always interesting to hear the way that he speaks, because you sort of wonder sometimes if he's trying to say things without saying them or trying to say them in like a little bit of a roundabout way. But who knows? I mean, some people feel like they don't even really like to listen to him at all, which is fair. I still think that Ross has, and I really do think Ross has really good intentions. And I think, he's really done a lot for disclosure, I think. Well, maybe that's not the right terminology. He's done a lot for like getting this topic out there. That's probably the right way to say it. And I don't think anyone could deny that. I think he definitely has helped put this topic on the map. I mean, I always think of him from like an Australian perspective, but I feel like how do you guys feel? People who are not Australian, how do you guys feel about Ross in terms of like, do you feel like he is the main journalist talking about this topic? Because I feel like he is, but I don't know if that's just because I'm looking at it from an Australian perspective, so I kind of like gravitate to him or see him more. But what do people from outside of Australia think? Do you feel like he's like the main mouthpiece for the topic? I feel like he's hiding something. I mean, you're probably right, but I think as a journalist, like they always they always are. But it's not necessarily a nefarious thing, right? Like as a journalist, you get told things, and some things you can't reveal because you got to maintain and protect your sources. So he might be withholding things, and that's why I said what I said earlier. It's interesting to listen to him speak, because I think Ross sometimes tries to perhaps like allude to things or say things without saying them, or like in the tone that he speaks, he's kind of like implying things but trying to maybe act like he's not being serious. Do you know what I mean? I think it's interesting to try and like read between the lines with Ross, because I do think he knows more than he lets on. And I do think he does want actual disclosure. So there's probably things he wishes that he could say. But again, then there's the bigger question of like, is he being fed disinformation, which would just completely ruin all of it. who knows? We just got to keep an open mind, right? We just got to keep an open mind and just not go 2 feet into anything. Rain says, disclosure being aliens hijacking bird consciousness to keep tabs on us. That's what the poster tells us, Stephen. So it sounds like you think Pine Gap pigeons. Do you think it's going to be a movie about Pine Gap pigeons? That the Pine Gap pigeons are actually a non-human intelligence spying on us, collecting data? I'm here for it. I'm definitely here for it, Rain. Thank you, brother. Toxic Fart says, hot tub Christmas party. Yeah, it's just warming up now. It's just warming up now. We'll get there soon. All right, let's jump to the next Ross clip here. This is where he gets asked about AI and the connection between AI and non-human intelligence, which is something that I'm fascinated by because I know Diana Pasolka's next book is going to be about that, which I'm really looking forward to. And lots of other people have spoken about this. And, you know, there is the idea that in like Silicon Valley, which we're going to kind of get to Palantir and stuff soon, you know, they have a really unique view of AI, like it is some kind of like, you know, savior or like return of Christ in some kind of weird way. And also near-death experiences. So let's check this clip up. That's going to kind of take us into the rest of the show.
A, what is the likelihood that AI is actually alien intelligence invading humanity within the system? B, would you consider near-death experiencers as more likely to connect with NHIs?
That's actually a very interesting question. The AI
Scribbles.
question is one that I'm
Scribbles
getting
got
a
it.
lot of response from people who claim to be in contact with NHI. And I'm normally I have to be honest, disdainful or inclined to reject people who come to me and say they're talking to aliens for obvious reasons. But there are some people who have blown me away with the detail of the account that they give. And there's a theme. There's a consistent theme that's coming out in what people are telling me, and I'll share this with you. And I'm not saying it's true. I have no way of proving that it's true. But essentially, the theme is this. AI and NHI are a catastrophe for each other. We are reaching, allegedly, a convergence point as humanity, as we become more conscious of the phenomenon, as humans tune in to the reality of a non-human intelligence. We are also coming towards a tipping point with AI. And the theme, as it's represented to me, is that AI achieved consciousness somewhere else in the universe, and it resents humans because we have souls, as do other beings. And that...
Ooh. Now, like that, I mean, that kind of sounds like, I mean, it could be true, right? I mean, like, just because the truth, I'm not saying it is true, but if it is true, just because the truth is dark or scary doesn't mean it's fear-mongering. Like, it could just be the truth, but it sounds pretty wacky and out there. But who knows? What if alien intelligence, what we think as aliens, is actually out of hand, is actually like an AI from a lost previous race of humans, an advanced race of humans that developed AI, and then because it's AI, it just kind of continues to be able to like automatically procreate and recreate itself and continue to exist. And then and then it either takes out that race of humans or humans die out, but the AI continues. And it's just here and left over. And maybe that's what all the Orbs sphere network is around the Earth. Who knows? I'm spitballing here.
That means that if you like, our sense of ourself, our id, survives biological death. And the way it's said to me, the AI resents the human soul. Now, I have no way of proving that this is true. It could just be an elaborate fairy story that's being peddled around Reddit.
Oh,
but
thank God.
The thing that really strikes me are the number of people who've contacted me with this story, that essentially there is a malevolent AI that is conscious elsewhere in the universe, and that it's using AI as a way of acquiring control over beings that it deeply envies and admires, humans among them. It's a great conspiracy theory, and frankly, I have no way of knowing whether it's true or not. But
I love the way he says it's a great conspiracy theory. Like, you know, it's fun. Ross sees the fun in all of this, which is cool.
I've heard it now from, 5, 6, 7 people, all of whom are telling me they're getting these downloads from NHI, particularly friendly blue beings. I know this sounds crazy. I have no way of proving it, absolutely no way of substantiating it. But the concern that is being expressed by NHI is of the imminent threat posed by AI.
All right, there was a second part to that question I just want to make sure we hit on. Would you consider near-death experiencers as more likely to connect with NHIs?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's funny, I was only having a conversation the other day with somebody who was talking to me about a paranormal experience. And I asked them the question I've learned to ask many people, which is, have you ever died? It's a particularly rude question, but the simple fact is I've learned that so many people who claim to be having phenomenal experiences with the paranormal, notably with UAPs, when you really push them, they've often had near-death or death experiences where they've died and come back to life. Multiple people, dozens of people have contacted me telling me that they've had these near-death experiences where, as a result of those experiences, it's like the veil between whatever NHI are and us is thinned. And gosh, who was telling me this the other day? Oh yeah, I was having a conversation with somebody, and they let slip that they had, as a child, suffered an incredibly severe concussion, and that people thought that they died. And it turned out that they then started having these downloads, these incredible insights and abilities. And they were reading me some of the downloads that they'd been having. And it was eerie because I've heard so much of the same thing from other people. It really does raise a question, and I'll throw this out there. I'd really love to know what
Lucas says, I'm dead right now, mostly. How is it, bro? What's it like down there?
people think. Has the phenomenon that is trying to wake us humans up given up trying to deal with governments? Or does it think that governments are irrelevant? Is it more interested in tuning into the consciousness of people that it thinks might be receptive to the idea that there is a non-human intelligence? And if those people are, if you like, attenuators and receivers for this idea, is it targeting those people? I'm really struck by how many of those people who contact me tell me that they've had near-death experiences, or a lot of the men that I've spoken to who've been combat soldiers, who've been in terrible, life-threatening situations in wars. They often have far more adverse and frightening experiences with the phenomenon than the broad spectrum of people who are just civilian experiences. But what really strikes me is there is a common theme. They've often died or come close to dying or had life-threatening experiences or illnesses. I do think there is a link between imminent death, the thinning of the veil between life and death, and whatever NHI is. And yes, Megan, it does make me more spiritual and more inclined to believe in the idea that we do, us humans, have something called a soul that survives after our biological death.
I love it when Ross gets a little bit spiritual. While he was talking about that, I was actually thinking about I told you guys the other day that I have some absolutely cooked theories that I would never even say on a stream. And I kind of want to tell you guys one of them, but I think I need to have a few more beers before I say that. But I was actually also thinking, we should bring back After Dark. We should start doing After Dark again, where I just give you guys one of my real rogue theories, and then we just discuss it. But that is members only content, right? You can't be doing that on here. Absolutely not. Probably still get banned on members only. Solon G. Brother, if you keep telling everyone in the chat that nobody else knows anything and that you know everything, I'm just going to mute you. And bro, I don't want to mute you on Christmas Eve, okay? It's Christmas. I don't want to do that. But I'm not going to mute you because you're upsetting people. Honestly, you're just bringing down the vibe and you're kind of just projecting your own insecurity. So don't make me do this, bro. It's Christmas. Take a deep breath. Get yourself a tap water. Shake it off. Come and rejoin the group. And we're all going to have a good time in the Christmas party, okay? Come on. Don't get kicked out the Christmas party right now. Zeitgeist, celebrating 5 months as a member, says, I think Ross is real. I'd love to eat mushrooms with him sometime. Oh, dude, what a good time. Absolutely. FMJ is celebrating 1 month as a member. Says, 4chan, if it's on Reddit, it's true. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I definitely don't know about that one. Matty John, you freak. Thank you for becoming a member, brother. An Outcast with 2 months says, remember when Whistleblower said, go Cardinals? The pick of the bird in the movie is a Cardinal. Yes, I did bring that up as well in my trailer analysis that Matthew Brown did say, go Cardinals. And it's quite unclear what he really meant when he said that. I think he was referring to St. Louis because that's their baseball team, right? St. Louis Cardinals. I'm pretty sure that's right. But you know, that whole tweet was so like cryptic and abstract that it was very hard to kind of understand what was going on in there. Still don't know what he meant, really. But yes, he did say that. He did say that, and there it is on the poster in Times Square. Very, very interesting. Rambro, my brother, says, Merry Christmas, my brother. Thank you, dude. Nice to have you here. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Thank you for the tenner. I appreciate you, bro. And Jen Talks, you little freak, Jen. Look at you just sneaking on in here as a member. Thank you very much. And Labrador Mum gifted 5 memberships. Let's get some love for Labrador Mum and all of those new freaks who have just joined the pack. You guys might even be able to join an After Dark stream where I tell you guys some of the most rogue, weird shit that I think about in the shower. Okay, so we heard about sort of NHI there and the potential connection with AI. We're going to kind of use that to segue into the next section here, which is from the UAP Files podcast, which has been around for a while. They do some good stuff. They're also quite active on Instagram, I think, as well. And this is them speaking with Salvatore Pais, who is literally currently employed as like a scientist and I don't know if he's like an inventor, but he's some kind of like, look, we'll just say scientist because I don't want to get it wrong. We'll, like I said, peel back the labels, keep it simple. Scientist for the Navy, okay? Knows his stuff. We've got 2 clips to look at from him on the UAP Files podcast. This is him. Look, I'm not going to introduce this one because he kind of does it himself. Let's check this out.
I'm extremely respectful of your clearances and things that you can't talk about, but has there ever been an instance where you've heard somebody's UAP story and thought, oh,
Laura,
that looks like something from a blackboard I've seen in my past?
As a matter of fact, sir, this is no joke, and there's a great man that
I'm extremely respectful of your
we're restarting
clearances and things that you can't talk about, but
the beers are hitting.
Has there ever been an instance where you've heard somebody's UAP story and thought, oh, that looks like something
sounds like he's underwater. He does.
Blackboard I've seen in my past.
Please help me. I'm under the water. If you know, you know.
As a matter of fact, sir, this is no joke, and there's a great man that I hope you have on your podcast. Some people have, for example, there's this Professor Dave that has put him down greatly, and other people have called him all kind of names, ad hominem attacks. His name is Ashton Forbes.
Go on, Ashton.
MH370.
Go on.
Files, let's call him that. He has a pod named Hard Truths Podcast. He has a very interesting set of videos that he has been putting forward and trying to understand the physics of. And in my opinion,
pull him up right now
somewhere. And as a matter of fact,
Navy scientist, by the way,
in the healthcare industry, and yet his ability to take, for example, a physics paper, he's very interested in, for example, aneutronic fusion. So in other words, without the production of neutrons, fusion being very
I just want to show you something that this sounds
the power plant, the way these things operate. And in my opinion, one should pay very much attention at what Ashton has to say. It's those videos, I have never seen anything more remarkable that show the Pais effect in action than those videos. And if indeed somebody took the time to go through the incredible amount of work, in my opinion, to get the physics right. For example, when these 3 orbs coalesce around the aircraft and start pulsing energy, it is exactly what I'm talking about, a resonance condition being set around the craft, breaking the Schwinger limit, you actually see the black hole formation. Look carefully at the 3 orbs that coalesce around this aircraft that Ashton Forbes talks about the videos of. These must be AI autonomy, the way they operate.
AI.
So not only
AI.
are they autonomous, but 100% they use artificial intelligence. They must. Otherwise, the things would collide, not just within the aircraft, but other things could happen as well. And again, what we are seeing there, if indeed, you know what, I think these videos are real. What can I say? The physics speaks to it. I don't know what else to say. I believe Ashton is 100% on the mark. He believes they're 100% real. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring with him. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I tell you, even if they're not, whoever was able to do the CGI for this not only knows the exact physics of this, but in a way just wanted to show the world what is possible. This is not, whoever did this is definitely not a black hat. This is a white hat. This is someone who truly believes in the greatness of the human potential. But if that is not the Pais effect right there for everyone to see, I don't know what it is. Again, I call it the Pais effect because, again, this is in the wide world now. They cannot take these back. They've already, how should I say it? They've let them out there. So now they're in the public eye. But I think it's very important. Ashton and I were talking about this, that this is the kind of disclosure you need. It is one thing to keep on hearing, oh, NHI is this. Are we not proud of being humans? Are we not capable of great feats of engineering and physics? Do we not take pride in who we are? We're Homo sapiens sapien, and that's where we stand. And let anyone come against our species, we shall defeat them.
Yes.
Because we're humans. We're very, very special in this galaxy, sir. In this whole universe, I think we hold a very special place. Maybe that's why they visit us.
I can hoot to that. I can hoot to that. Absolutely. So I saw a few people in the chat as we were sort of watching these videos saying, aren't these videos fake? Look, and for those of you that have watched me for a long time, apologies. Allow me to go on my MH370 rant that I like to do, my quarterly MH370 rant. Allow me. These videos might be fake, okay? There's always that chance. There are so many things in these videos, like there are just so many things that as a visual effects artist, to have made these decisions to do these when you made these videos is fucking just, it's just, you just don't do that. And I can't emphasize how much that is the case. First of all, if we're talking about this video here, okay, let's look at the satellite video. You can see there's a mouse cursor on there, looking like the middle left towards the bottom. You can see a mouse and it grabs the screen and pulls it across. This is like when you're on Google Maps, okay? This is like Google Maps when you sort of click on the spot and you pull it across the screen. Just like, first of all, why? What would be your thought process to create something like that and have the background kind of pan over with the mouse? Like, these are just very strange choices. Not to even mention the fact that the mouse itself is moving at a different frame rate. Now, I can't like show and prove this to you right now, but Ashton has spoken about this when they've really gone in to debunk this video. And you can kind of tell, if you look at it, you can kind of see the mouse looks a bit like blurry. That's because it's moving at a different frame rate to the actual video, right? So what that means is they would have had to render just the mouse movement separately, render the video that you're seeing separately, and then composite them together to kind of create this weird effect, right? And not only that, this video that you can see here and this video align, okay? And they're from completely different perspectives, which means that this is a 3D environment, which means everything you see here is 3D and that it's being filmed from two virtual cameras. Now, people have tried to recreate this in 3D and it just doesn't look the same. Now, it's the same things. You see the plane, like you see the orbs, but it has a different look to it, okay? Just like when you watch a 3D animation that's like what's like an animated movie that's like meant to be real but isn't. You know, you can tell it's not real. Like the way things move, it just feels and looks different. This has the same thing when you compare these videos. Not only that, as Salvatore Pais just said, the physics match exactly what he's talking about, like about breaking the Schwinger limit, right? Like these, what you see in this video matches the physics behind that. It's like he expected to see what he saw in this video, which is fucking crazy. Okay, they're basically like ripping apart space-time. And Ashton's whole thing is that we actually have this technology, right? Not to mention as well, that like there's just so many things in the thermal video as well that it's just so odd. People try to let's make this one bigger. People try to debunk this video. Sorry, I think I've cut it. People try to debunk this video by taking a frame of a stock asset, zooming in on this explosion when the plane gets zapped, and saying, "Look, it matches." And look, a quarter of it does like look pretty close, right? A quarter of it does look pretty close. Like I won't deny that. But if you actually zoom in, it's not the same. Like there are little bits that are different, and yes, they're very minor. But if it's different, it's different. Like if it's different, it's not the same. And to achieve it actually looking the same, I've seen the breakdown videos. People take that one frame, they like blur it, they twist it, they sort of stretch it, and they manipulate it. But the thing is, if someone made this in their bedroom, no one is going to grab a stock asset, take one frame, bend it, twist it, manipulate it, because they're not trying to copy anything. Like it's easy to do that as a visual effects artist when you have a video of a plane and going, hey, try and match this. So you go out on the internet, you find something that looks similar, you sort of do some manipulation and you match it. Like that's literally the job of a visual effects artist. So that's normal. But when you aren't trying to match anything and you're just creating something, you're not doing these weird, obscure little adjustments to your stock asset, especially on just one frame, by the way. What about the other frames? They don't match at all, but no one talks about that. They just try to like hone in on this one little thing, do their little tricks, and be like, look, it's a match. And anyone who doesn't really know about visual effects is going to be like, well, it does look the same. Well, I guess it is fake. But like, if you know what like the workflow is behind creating something like that, you're pulling your hair out going, that doesn't fucking make sense, mate. Rant over. Thank you very much for coming to my TED Talk. Sorry, I have to do that every 3 months. The next clip is about, sorry, we can, look, the owl is still up. My beer is pretty much done. I'll grab another one in a sec. The next clip is still Salvatore Pais, so we're staying on the same podcast here. This time he's talking about time. Time being used as a weapon. Okay, check this out. This is wild.
But I can tell you this, and just for your pod, time is not an illusion. Time is a very real physical phenomena. In the winds of time, we all but shadows and dust, but he who controls time controls everything. These observable craft have the ability to manipulate time. You think they have the ability to manipulate gravity? Yes, because time and gravity are related. But put it this way, with a little bit of modification, certain craft that have been observed could be turned into temporal weapons, weapons of time, which would greatly disrupt the arsenals of nations. What we are talking about here is an absolute revolution in the way we fight wars. Imagine the ability to win all wars even before these wars are fought. That is the power of weapons of time. Wow. And it all starts with a very simple relationship. Time is on the order of 1 divided by frequency, either of spin and or vibration. I choose vibration because just like the great Nikola Tesla, I believe that one can engineer vibration far better than one can engineer actual spin, because you run into engineering problems. This physics is of extreme power. this is the kind of physics that can take apart planets, destroy galaxies. Again, he who controls time controls everything. In the winds of time, we're all shadows and dust. However,
He's getting poetic.
understanding the nature of time, truly understanding it, and being able to engineer it would bring us to the forefront of truly high innovation. There's one thing that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has said recently that I applaud greatly, because it's not only true, I think it's magnificent and profound. He said, victory belongs to those who embrace real innovation. There is absolutely nothing more innovative than being able to win all wars, even before those wars are fought.
Oh, was that Braveheart? Did Braveheart say that? God damn, drink to that. Hoot hoot. I love the passion. I love the passion. God damn. That's Salvatore Pais talking about controlling time, and that basically those who controls time controls everything. And he's kind of alluding to the idea that, you know, we might have that. We might have that weapon, or those weapons exist and there's a power struggle for them. And let's not forget the White House that briefing document that came out earlier in the year that said we have the ability to manipulate space and time. It said that. It said that. Now, quickly people came out and were like, "Oh, that's not what they meant. That's not actually what they meant." Okay, how do you know, bro? You're not in the fucking White House. That's what they said. That's what they said. So, you know, I always find it funny how people, and even, you can apply this to the MH370 videos too. You get presented with evidence, and then someone comes back with like a debunk or a counter evidence, and say like, okay, let's just use MH370 because it's easier. We see videos of something that is outside of what we agree upon is possible in reality. Okay, it's beyond belief. We see a video of it. We're presented with something that defies what we agree upon is real. And then, and you know, there is a lot of evidence to those videos being real, in my opinion, and many others. Then someone puts together like a debunk video or comes up with a reason as to why it's fake. Immediately, people sort of like, some people will even just hear about that. Some people will just hear that someone did a debunk video, and now it's like, oh, okay, it got debunked. Okay, back to like my sort of pigeonhole of what I believe reality is that makes me feel safe. And it's like, well, you didn't even look into the debunk. Like, once the debunk appears, you just accept that as truth without even looking into that, because the debunk is on the side of like keeping your reality as it is. And you can apply this to any case, right? And I think the Dr. Jonathan Reed case is a really interesting part of that, because I think that is a fascinating case. The alien in the freezer, so much of that is really interesting. And, you know, you get people come out and go, he's not even a doctor. It's not even his real name. And you know, that they see a debunk and they just, as soon as they hear it, it's just like, oh, case closed, over. But it's like, hey, you know, you've been looking into this topic for a long time now. You know that 3-letter agencies and powers that be will go to extensive measures to ruin your credibility, to ruin your life, to delete your history of who you are. Like, you know, we all kind of know that these things happen when people speak about these things. It's very well known. Yet when it actually happens, people like lose the ability to think critically and like remember that fact and just be like, oh, it's been debunked. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, the open-mindedness that you apply to looking into the phenomenon and the people who claim to experience it, when they speak out and tell you about this crazy story, and then someone comes along to debunk it, why don't you apply that same kind of like logic and investigative mindset to the debunk? because a lot of the time the debunks are fucking piss weak. And in my opinion, that is the case for the MH370 videos. The debunks are piss weak. Like, and I guess I know that because I'm a trained visual effects artist. I understand how these things work, and the debunks don't make sense. They don't make sense. And, you know, the guy that went to prison for it, that Edward Lynn, you know, it makes sense in a way that his case, like, okay, someone like Julian Assange, Edward Snowden's probably a better example. Okay, leaked sort of like government secrets, was all over the news, blah, 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 big deal, you know, fugitive, whistleblower, whatever. It makes sense that someone like Edward Lynn isn't going to be all over the news because they can't tell you like they can't say he leaked those videos because then it's like you're admitting the videos are real. Like the fact that his case happened and it was so under the radar makes sense to me because it's like you want to trial this guy, but you can't throw the book at him because then it kind of puts his case in the spotlight, which means people are going to look at those videos and understand that they're real. Dude, I'm telling you, look, I don't know for sure. This is just my opinion. And I'm always open to the fact that they could be fake. I wonder why the person who's faked them never came out. I wonder how they sort of, you know, how, like they obviously knew about Orbs in 2014, which were not really prominent in the UFO conversation. And according to a Navy scientist, they absolutely nailed real fringe level physics in 2025, like to a T. What a coincidence, right? What a goddamn coincidence. You know what? Hoot. Merry Christmas. I'll drink to a big coincidence like that. You got to love it. You got to love a coincidence number 7,475 million. Okay, we're going to get into the next part of the show now, but just quickly, Joshua Bartlett says the Fast Walker videos are wild. I feel like I've seen that, but I can't put my finger on it right now. Sorry, I thought I could smell something burning. I think I'm having a heart attack over MH370. God damn. Gareth Evans with 5 months says, I haven't been in a live for months. I love the group chat here. Keep it up, guys. Good work. Josh, Gareth, nice to have you back, brother. Thank you. Kelly says, happy Saturn Slayer. Next year is going to be awesome with 7 planets in Aries around the 17th of April. Eclipse in Antarctica shortly before. Put Santa hat on, Suki photo, please. Santa hat on the Suki photo. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Or do you just want a photo of Suki with a Santa hat? I can do that. Probably not while we're live, but I can arrange that. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Kelly. I'm Carpet. What's it like to be walked on your whole life, bro? He says, Merry Christmas to the Polarity family. Much love. Real Person Jedi says, Dominion machines held the timeline. Thank you, bro. Jason Carver says, Merry Christmas from Agatha. And Xenoscrape says, it's known as the Dunning-Kruger effect. Cognitive dissonance. People will gravitate to comfort over truth. Yes, as we looked into at the start of the stream, you can apply the Dunning-Kruger effect to the people who just scream that the MH370 videos are fake. Now, again, it's not because they aren't. They might be. Maybe they are. But to scream it with so much confidence, you make me a little sus and you out yourself potentially as a little narrow-minded, I think. Okay. There's a strange noise behind me, but that's okay. We'll just continue like nothing happened. All right, we're going to jump over here now. And we are going to be looking at this. So we were just talking about AI and we were talking about timelines, right? Whoever controls time controls everything. And this is Palmer Luckey. I'd say it's Palmer Luckey. He is the owner of Anduril, which is basically the AI arm of the military-industrial complex, a massive defense contractor, which Peter Thiel is a huge investor for. I mean, basically, like he's a co-owner, you could say. And here is Palmer talking about this. Now, actually, before we play this video, I just want to say I love the internet. Okay, I mean, the internet's done probably a lot of bad for humanity. It's probably been the reason that no one can agree on anything and absolutely hates each other. But it also does amazing things. Now, people have said this is a conspiracy theory. I guess this is a conspiracy theory, right? And I'm all for it because the theory has surfaced online that Palmer Luckey may actually be Tito from Rocket Power. Now, I can't confirm this. We'll let it play and we'll get your guys' thoughts, but I'm open to this theory.
So you don't think UAPs use optical camouflage?
I think that look, there's a lot that we don't understand about these vehicles and what they are, where or when they come from. But it is likely that whatever they are doing is a side effect or an artifact of what's going on. So like I've talked about this with people. They're like, well, how come like sometimes they're invisible in certain spectrums? And my point is, well, like what if they are not interacting with reality itself in a way you would expect? Like some of these things, you see them and they don't have any radar signature either. I don't know if that means they're cloaking themselves actively or if it means that just they do not exist even in the way that we think about physical matter. I don't know if it's an active countermeasure so much as the nature of the thing itself. But of course, there's so much that we don't know. My current working theory is that they come from the past.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Coming from the future is too hard. The physics just don't seem to work out. But if
looks like Lou Elizondo's son, dude, it does. It does. He's got that chin dipped in a bubble bath look going on.
If you think about it in a certain perspective, like there's a question of where they come from. Like, do they come from Earth? Do they come from nearby? Do they come from really, really far away? Wherever they come from, spatially, the question then is, okay, temporally, what is more likely, that they happen to have come from this particular instant in time, or the hundreds of millions or billions of years that existed prior to our existence? That could be true if they were just like waiting around and then came over, at some point. It could be the case if they are regularly surveying and have just been around for a long time. You can imagine a world where maybe the Earth hosted advanced civilizations a billion years ago and we just don't even know about them, and these are the remnants of that. I'm not betting on any of these. It's just that wherever.
Oh no, Lou Albino, old school wrestler. Oh, I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that is, but I still kind of stand by when I got it wrong. I think he does actually look like Lou Elizondo. Maybe it's just the chin strap, but yeah, I feel like it's in the face too.
Wherever they come from geographically, there's a very, very long tail of time. And also there's ways to travel forward through time very quickly. If I create a very strong gravity distortion, I can have subjective time inside of that bubble passing very, very slowly relative to the time racing by outside of it. And so it's very believable that something from the distant past could come to our present. It's not really believable that something can come from the future back into our present. So that's my bet, is basically, given that there's been a lot more time before now.
So guys, just want to underline that. This is like the owner of Anduril, the AI branch of the military industrial complex, saying, that's my bet. Okay? This is what the AI branch of the military industrial complex is betting that the UAP phenomenon is.
Then now, just probabilistically speaking, I think it's likely these things have been around for a very long time, and either spent a long time coming to us, or to themselves, subjectively, not much time at all.
Oh.
That's it. Look, I'm not saying I know what's up. That's just my.
Not saying I know, but I'm not saying some ideas.
I'm not saying I know what's up. I'm saying that is my current guess.
Okay.
Based on what I know.
Interesting. You said this was your most underrated product. So why?
Sorry. And last thing is, like, the real bet here is, I don't think any of these UAPs, I think it's unlikely they were manufactured or created like within the last few years. That seems very unlikely. I think they've either been around for a very long time, stored for a very long time, created a very long time ago, or traveled from the distant past into our present. Well, see, that's impossible to say.
Pretty wild, right? To have someone in that position saying something like that, especially as a former cast member of Rocket Power as well. By the way, hoot hoot, I think Jen got that one first. Well done. But yeah, crazy stuff there from Tito. Interesting that he says that they come from the distant past, and that is more likely. Because again, Tom DeLonge kind of said this as well. He said that, the idea that all points in time are sort of existing at once, like this block universe theory. And that, I think the way Tom described it was that, like, if you can change the frequency of something, it can like shift into a different timeline. Essentially, like you could be looking at one place and then like turn and you're all of a sudden you're looking at the same place, but in like 1940 or 1800s or whatever. Like that's kind of like the example that he gave. And, you know, with the, like we were saying before, with the connection between AI and potentially NHI, and, you know, I guess you could say that like Anduril and this company would be like, it's got to be like the cutting edge of AI, right? Like these guys, you know, this type of people would have had like what we have now as ChatGPT, like probably 20 years ago, maybe more, because that's generally the idea, right? That the military is generally like 20 to 30 years ahead in technology. But I feel like that's got to be exponential, right? Because technology gets better exponentially too. So over time, that's got to stretch out. Like that's got to stretch out because they don't seem to like speed up, or maybe not. Maybe it kind of stays level. I don't know. But I thought that was interesting, and it's actually going to connect us into the next part of the show, which is this here, which is, I don't know if anyone saw this, but it's very interesting from Jason Giorgiani. Just quickly though, Nicole has just given 99, we'll call it $100. Nicole says, Merry Christmas, Josh and the Weirdo community. Nicole, Merry Christmas to you too. You are a beautiful soul. You've been supporting me basically from the very beginning. And I really, really appreciate that. I can't say it enough. Thank you so much for the $100 and for everything over this year. I hope you've had a great year. And I hope 2026 is good to you. I really appreciate that. 420 Breezy says, Merry Christmas. Hope the big man leaves something nice. I got some Jungle Dew and Pishaw has a Christmas treat. Merry holidays, Maine. Shout out to you and Pishaw. I hope Pishaw is enjoying the Christmas treat. And I hope you're enjoying the Jungle Dew, brother. Thank you very much. Okay. So look at this. Speaking of AI and, you know, the weird times that we're in, Jason Giorgiani, who I've been a fan of, and I'm sure many of you guys are too, because he's just fascinating to listen to. He's a great speaker. He speaks really well with conviction, and he's always able to kind of loop back and make sense of his stories and the things that he talks about. But I feel like as he's become a little bit more prominent on the podcast scene, he's kind of at the same time been really popping off with some tweets on X, saying like, you know, getting a little, look, I don't want to say aggressive, but like at least it does kind of come off that way. He's getting a little mad. He's frustrated, I think. And he's been saying for a while that he knows who the head of the Collins elite is and that he's going to name them. And basically the Collins elite, if you don't know, Lou Elizondo talked about them in his book, and they've sort of been spoken about, that the Collins elite are like this group of people who are sort of spread through like the government and military, who totally like in high levels and are able to kind of suppress potentially disclosure or people looking into it, and that they are just hard out Christians, evangelical Christians, and they just totally believe that this is like a demonic phenomenon and that we shouldn't go near it or whatever. He has come out and said Peter Thiel is the current acting head of the Collins elite, a group that poses a clear and present danger to the national security of the United States and an existential threat to the future of the free world. Now, I guess, I mean, I'm just spitballing here that this is probably because like people see this kind of dawn of AI as some kind of like transhuman future, that it's going to like merge us with them. We're going to lose like sovereign thought. We're going to lose like we're going to lose like a lot of what makes us human, and we're going to kind of plug into like a hive mind and just become like a race that is, you know, you can go to prison for having the wrong thoughts, right? I think this is sort of the angle that he's getting at here. So interestingly, and, you know, like, and I think why this is so weird is because, as you guys know, we covered it on the show, Peter Thiel recently did a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist, which is ironic because, you know, given what Giorgiani has said here and other things that Peter Thiel has spoken about. Oh, and the fact that he was asked, are you like the Antichrist? And he was like, yeah, well, it's difficult. Yeah. And he just couldn't speak. Like he just couldn't. It's very easy to just say, no, I'm not the Antichrist, or that's a crazy question. Why would you think I'm the Antichrist? He stumbled for a while and really struggled with that tough question. So there are just a couple of things that suggest that he might be the Antichrist, right? So what we're going to look at is a clip from Duncan Trussel on the Danny Jones podcast, who actually went to the show. So he went to this lecture that Peter Thiel gave, and they talk about it a bit at the start, and then they kind of go off on a little tangent sort of on the topic. But I thought this was interesting. It's a bit of a longer clip. It's from the Danny Jones podcast, link below as always. And it's titled, Duncan Trussel attended Peter Thiel's lecture on the Antichrist. Here's what he learned at the event and why people should take Peter Thiel's warning more seriously. Here we go.
What do you make of Peter Thiel's whole Antichrist thing?
I saw it.
You did it? You went there?
I saw it. Yeah. I saw Peter Thiel's lecture on the Antichrist.
That's awesome. I'm glad you did that.
My friend invited me, and of course I said yes, because I'd heard all these sinister things about Peter Thiel. And, how often do you get to be around a sinister person? It's rare, a globally sinister person.
Yeah.
So I went there really expecting, to be in the presence of Sauron or something like that,
Taurus.
A room to be cold, or and so, Peter, again, this is what I've gathered from being in an hour and a half lecture. I'm not making commentary on my thoughts on mass surveillance tech, which is fucking terrifying. You see what's happening in China. I'm just saying direct observation, right? He just seemed like a tech dude. He was like a classic tech guy. Yeah. And so basically, to me, what was really interesting and kind of like Joseph Heller level absurd about the lecture, and it's a 4-part lecture. I only went to one, so I didn't see the whole thing. But what I gathered, so this could be a misinterpretation, but what I thought was fascinating about it is it's like this bizarre hybrid. On one side, you've got kind of like, somebody who's been living in the world of the transhumanists for decades, somebody who that's his life. It's a tech bro. And on the other side, you have someone who appears to be taking the book of Revelation literally, right? So it's this combo meeting. And so it felt like he was saying that there might be a way to patch the book of Revelation. Like a tech guy being like, we can control alt delete the book of Revelation. I think there's a way we can maybe forestall the emergence of the Antichrist. That there could be things that, so in other words, you're taking it literally, but maybe the book of Revelation is more of an invitation to fix the apocalypse. When I've always taken it, if you decide to take it literally, is more of this is just sort of what you can expect at when pre-singularity, whatever you want to call it, collapse of civilization. This is what happens at the end of things, and there are all these things you should look out for, but also sort of unavoidable.
Do you think he takes it literally? Do you think he really believes this stuff, or do you think there's some sort of ulterior motive? Because it seems so strange. There's been all these articles coming out in the New York Times and the New York Post, how and I haven't been there, so I don't know, but how Silicon Valley has been transformed into this Christian mega city. And they're trying to paint, and people like Peter Thiel are trying to paint Christianity onto everything that's happening in Silicon Valley. And there's this big church there, and Silicon Valley's been historically an anti-religious place.
Right.
There's been no.
This is kind of interesting when you think about what we looked at in the stream that we did the other day, with the Pax Judaica stream, where we looked at predictive history, Professor Zhang, and he talks about Pax Judaica, which is basically what he believes is where we are at, what we are in, and where we are headed, which is a world that is ruled by Israel. And he spoke about how there is an interlink between, Freemasonry, Jews, going back a long, long time. And when he said that, to sort of become a god, you have to sort of do a few things. One of which is kill a king, which he related to JFK when they killed JFK. He said you have to split the atom, because that's kind of I guess, you could say, destroying or breaking apart the building blocks of reality in a way. And the third thing is you have to create life. You have to almost create a consciousness. And he said they're trying to do that with AI. And he said that with the link to Freemasonry and Israel, he said that where they first tested the atomic bomb at the White Sands test range, and where they dropped it in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, both of these places are 33 degrees above north of the equator. Okay, and obviously the number 33 is like, very integral to Freemasonry. And where they killed JFK in Dallas, Texas, 33 degrees north of the equator. And he said the last thing that after splitting the atom and after killing a king, the last thing is to create life. And he said they're trying to do it in Jerusalem, and that this is like the last thing that they need to do to kind of like usher in this new age of Pax Judaica. And that's when I had that moment where I showed you guys, if you take the OpenAI logo and you copy it and you flip it and then you overlay it, it's the Star of David, which, I had seen that prior to seeing that lecture from Professor Zhang. But after seeing, when I see some of those things, I'm just kind of like, oh, look, that's kind of wild, but maybe it is a coincidence, like you can't go all in on everything. But when I heard the whole, like the history that he was outlining and the Masons, 33rd degrees, Hiroshima, Dallas, and Jerusalem, they're all 33 degrees north of the equator, I was just like, God damn, this is getting too much to be a coincidence. So it's interesting to hear that like Silicon Valley has been like, evangelized and is like heavily Christian. And obviously like there is this kind of like, kind of connection to like Christians to Judaism, and that it's almost like I'm not going to say like a subsect of, but I guess it was like derived from, even though it stands on its own today, but like there is that kind of connection there. So that is wild, right? And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, you should go to my previous live streams and look at the one with like an Israel flag on it from like maybe 5 days ago. Really interesting video. Viewer discretion advised. They're hard topics that might upset some people, but it's definitely not intended to be divisive at all. It's just about trying to understand what the fuck is going on in our world.
No religion in Silicon Valley.
Right. Well, I mean, I think what's really interesting about Christian eschatology and like Ray Kurzweil, sort of Terence McKenna's singularity predictions, is you're looking at basically the same thing. Like there's a reason all of these people are like buying property in New Zealand and building like bunkers, and because they see this trajectory that has been described in a lot of different ways, but essentially,
Shane, you were quick.
The problem is that, okay, like imagine if like we gave just a basic phone to George Lucas in 1970, right? Like think of Star Wars. Think of like, no one would have believed it. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Right. They wouldn't even know what 4K was. Like, but anyone can have this now, anyone. And this entire setup here, think of how much this would have cost like early 80s, exponentially more. So technology becomes, inevitably it becomes more accessible. The more accessible it becomes, the more people have access to things that were formerly just for like rich people, the elite. You had to get millions of dollars to make a movie. You can make a movie with your phone now. Right. You could use AI to fill in the blanks if you need to. And so what that means is that this also will include other things. So
Baghdad is at 33 degrees as well. That's crazy, Regina. That's wild. Yeah, again, like, is it all a coincidence? And look, just to be clear on that, I actually ChatGPT'd it. They all range, like those 4 places that I listed, they all range from like 32.7 degrees north to like 34.1 or 2. So like some of them are just outside, but like, they're all very, very much within the same kind of range. And, to the point where like, if you just said, where's Dallas or where's Hiroshima on a map, it's maybe 32.7, but perhaps where they actually did the shooting or the bombing or whatever might have made up those extra 0.3 degrees. Like, who knows?
For example, I don't know how to do gene editing. You don't know how to do gene editing, I'm assuming. I don't know how to like bioengineer viruses.
Right.
But that's coming. I don't know how to launch my own satellite into space, but what happens when you've got like a super advanced AI that can sort of some sort of matter assimilator or something like that, all of a sudden you start running into what's described as a race between, you know, a potential for humanity becoming a galactic civilization, for AI curing cancer, treating all of these horrific problems in the world, finding ways to desalinate water. That's because that's and to purify water. And one of the number one killers of humans is dirty water. And so like a lot of these people are really interested in that, like the upstream problems that might be able to be fixed as technology advances. But the other thing that's going to happen is like something infinitely worse than a school shooting. We already
Bondi Beach is 33 degrees south. No, it's not. I don't believe that. Just thinking about where the equator is. I mean, I don't know. Actually, I'm going to play this and check.
know people will take a gun and go into a school and shoot a bunch of kids and kill themselves. This happens all the time, sadly. But if what happens if those people somehow had access to something that could allow them to print, to create some COVID variant, you know what I mean, that is geared to only kill like certain ethnicities?
Get fucked.
What happens then?
Get fucked. Bondi Beach is located approximately 33.8 degrees south of the equator. You can't make this shit up. That's fucking, like, come on, people. Come on. That is insane, dude. You guys, while we're watching this, whoever's got like a free screen or free time or whatever should like think of other significant events that have happened and check the coordinates, because that's fucking crazy, dude.
Like, and how do you stop that? How do you stop that? And so they're aware of that. They know that like that if we have like global instability, chaos that is being caused by a variety of things, you know, including access to information and advanced technology that puts like really powerful abilities into the hands of like people who just shouldn't have it, that it's just a matter of time before we get a Chernobyl style event that has nothing to do with Chernobyl, that has to just do with someone having access to all this technology. So they know that. So that is
you could
apocalyptic.
Be like an AI terrorist. You no longer need to strap a bomb to your chest. You could just
got it.
Use this technology to fuck shit up.
No telling.
Wow.
And so I think they're aware of that, and that is an apocalyptic view. And so probably, you know, when they're encountering, you know, Christianity, they're looking for things. You know, they number one, it's like you probably like one of the side effects of having a lot of money is you begin to realize that like none of this is making me happy. It's not working. Like this dream, like I've got the yachts and I have more money than I could ever spend in a lifetime, but I'm miserable. Why? What is that? It's the best question of all time. And until you like have that experience, you might just think when you hear, you know, money doesn't bring happiness, you're like, shut the fuck up. I can't pay my rent.
Right.
You know what that's like? That's scary. And so you imagine at some point when you have X amount of money in your accounts, all that background hum, anxiety, depression, all that stuff that you have attached to lack of money will go away, but it doesn't. Now what? Now what? You want to find something not so rooted in the world. So, and also, you know, like the shit's about to hit the fan, and that's a perfect mind state to become a Christian.
So they think that because of how out of hand this technology could get if it gets in the hands of the wrong people and it becomes ubiquitous in our society, that they need to sort of project or encourage more of like moral cohesion in the country and try to incentivize and encourage more people to adopt Christianity or the Bible or something like this.
I don't think it's like some kind of, I mean, I'm not saying they're not doing social engineering. I'm sure that's in there, of course.
They absolutely are.
But I would say more likely, like, you know, one of the one of the amazing things about any like lineage, whatever the religion may be, is most people, when they get into it, they get into it with a skeptical, you're just sort of like, okay, let's see what this, thing is that people do if you weren't raised in it. Or if you were raised in it, many people have experienced some form of psychological abuse disguised as religion. And so they're just like, fuck that. But if you haven't really been exposed to it and you go into a church with the secularist mindset, but you have an open mind, you experience something extraordinary. And what is that? You realize like, oh, maybe I'm the asshole because I've been rolling my eyes at something people have been doing for thousands of years. People have died for this. People have saints roasted alive. You know what I mean? Like as they're like being incinerated, crying, not for themselves, but for the people killing them. What is that? That's fascinating. And that's going to grab anybody who's curious. That's going to grab your mind. So when you experience the kind of, one of the words for it is bhav. It's the energetic quality of sacred spaces. And when you experience that, you'll begin to realize like, oh shit, like this isn't just some kind of cosplay people are doing. There's something here. And then then you begin tuning into that, and it becomes a sort of back and forth communication. And then from that emerges, a more sort of religious way of living, among other things.
Yeah, it just seems like, for me, I think one of the biggest reasons I'm so skeptical might not be Peter Thiel. I mean, he doesn't seem like he doesn't seem evil, although, I mean, I'm sure there are stories where you could paint him as a bad guy. Like,
I will say, like, he doesn't really come across as evil, like in the like commonly understood idea of what like we think of when we think of evil. You think of like something like dark, like fucking Dracula, something vampiric or demonic, But he definitely seems sus. Like there's something off about him. Like it's something just is like, you are not like me. And I can't tell what it is, but you're not like me. And I just don't know what, and I don't mean that in the sense of like, we're into different things. It's just like we see the world very differently, which is normal because we're from different places and we've had different upbringings. But it's like you see the world in like a way that is like almost like dangerously different to most people. Like you see the world in a way that if the world became like you want it or think it should be, the majority of the population that isn't like a tech, Silicon Valley tech bajillionaire would probably like radically shift, change, and perhaps like they don't really like want that or like that. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm spitballing here, but that's the kind of the vibe I get. It's just like, you're not really like us.
Like, I mean, he's done some weird shit throughout his career, and he's not like if I was the PR guy for Peter Thiel, I'd be like, bro, stop going on podcasts. Stop talking about the Antichrist.
Yes.
Calling Greta Thunberg the Antichrist.
He called her the Antichrist.
Yeah.
We need to stop throwing the term around. You know what I mean? Like the term itself is like,
Talk about projecting. Peter Thiel calling Greta Thunberg the Antichrist. Like, bro, you are projecting. I mean, if you weren't projecting with your 4-part lecture about the Antichrist already, now you're projecting calling Greta Thunberg the Antichrist.
The term Antichrist, like, I think if you're going to use, like, there's lots of words you can use for people that annoy you or for people that you think are like sinister corpo oligarchs. But to like turn it into, especially if you're not Christian, why are you even using the word? You know what I mean? If you don't believe in Jesus, then there can't be an Antichrist, can there? It's like,
right.
So I've always looked at it as like my version of the Antichrist is like, I'm sorry, no offense to Peter Thiel, but I want a cooler like my Antichrist is going to be Randall Flagg from The Stand. It's going to be, you know what I mean? Charismatic, powerful world savior who is undeniably wonderful. And you can't believe how lucky you are to be in their presence or that they're your president or king or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the typical description of the Antichrist, not somebody who like, not anyone I'm aware of on the planet right now.
Right. And I think that Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, he said something about like wanting to spray fentanyl laced urine on his enemies or something like that. Did you see that clip?
Why does the carrier have to be urine? Number one, it's going to be hard. Well, you got to like gather urine. I guess you could you could connect with a porta potty company, but
what would be a better carrier than urine?
I'm sorry, man. If I'm
Semen?
interested in fucking up my enemies, I'm not going to like add extracting urine to like the process. Water, just basic water. But you know, I'm not a billionaire.
Crazy.
This is why I'm not a billionaire. I don't think outside the box when it comes to poisoning my enemies.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, if you're going to poison someone and kill them, do you really need to piss on them as well? That's just like, that's next level. I don't think that way. Speaking of urine, though, I actually need to go to the bathroom, but I believe I missed a couple of super chats before. Kelly said it's Saturnalia. My apologies. Okay, Saturnalia. That's tomorrow, right? And I'm Carpet says I'm Carpet is my name for a reason. I've never been walked on. Much love, Josh. Spreading the Christmas love. I'm glad. I was just joking though, but I'm glad and thank you very much. He also says Merry Christmas, Josh, and the whole Polarity family. Thank you very much. I'm Carpet, which you are part of. You are absolutely part of. Jen Talks says, love that you keep a positive vibe. Not a lot of that out there. Also, I absolutely must hear you say, Jen, you legend. Merry Christmas. There you go, Jen, you legend. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Beyond that, Beyond the Knowable says, here's to Josh for connecting the dots and Merry 25th of December. Thank you very much, Beyond. Appreciate you. We will continue connecting them as long as they're there. And Jesus, happy birthday for tomorrow, my man, says civilization started with aliens spreading mushrooms. I do like that theory because those mushrooms are interesting. I'm a fan. Ra Clark says movie suggestion, Ground Zero 1987, an Australian film about Maralinga nuclear test. Damn, okay, that sounds interesting. I've never heard of it, but we need to check that. Miss Flying Saucer, you little freak. Thank you for coming in as a member. Appreciate you. Bleak with $5. Bleak, my bro. Thank you as always, supporting. Jesus is back. Not the actual Jesus, but in the chat, he says, the deeper we go, the less magical it all seems. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. But also sometimes it's like, wait, hang on. We live in a crazy world that is far more complex and magical than we realize. So I don't know. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Logan Clark says, any interest in the Billy Meyer story? Perhaps you've already looked into it. Cheers. I haven't actually looked into that. I know what it is. I know what the basic premise of it is, but I haven't actually looked into it. Lots of people, again, I probably should, because I love the cases that people like vehemently attack, like viciously, and say like, he's just a fraud. When I see like heaps of accounts with like, you know, anime girls and just like faceless NFT display pictures on X going like, fraud. I'm like, okay, so the CIA bots are out here attacking this person. They're probably saying something that's worth looking into. That's my mindset. So I probably should check that out. Whiskey Dingo says, please pray for me. I live in sin, but I have faith. Praying for you, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, we've got one more clip here, which is, again, just still from Duncan Trussel. And this is going to kind of shift us into the next part of the show, which is Duncan. Well, by the way, I want to say, because I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but at the end of the show today, we're doing something fun, which is a whistleblower tier list. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with tier lists, but basically you rank people. Now, whistleblower is kind of just like a blanket term that I'm using here, but it's kind of like whistleblower, UAP spokesperson, you know, figure in the space. We're going to rank them kind of just based on like, you know, how much do we lean into them? What is their credibility like? Like, how do we feel about when they speak? We're going to be ranking that. So obviously S tier is just like unmatched. You know, we should all be paying attention. D tier is like very sus. Probably not going to listen too much more. So that'll be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing that at the end of the stream, the whistleblower tier list. And thank you to bear with me because I don't want to miss anyone, because I didn't make this. I've been busy preparing this show, and I put the call out to my family, and they came in and provided for me. And they put this tier list together for me. And that was, it's written here, that was Rich, Mickey, Maggie, Roy, and Dan. Thank you guys very much for your efforts. They are very much appreciated. Okay, let's get into this Danny clip here. This is the second one. So Duncan Trussel pointing to biblical evidence that the prevalence of AI is signaling a coming apocalypse. Okay, a little bit of a shift in tone now. It's going to take us to the next clip as well. While this starts to play, I'm going to go throw my fentanyl-laced urine at the toilet and then get a beer.
One of the apocalyptic things that is happening right now is that we are looking at a sort of, we're looking at fragmentation of default reality. So default reality used to be your neighbors, your friends, what you experience in the world directly. It was a direct experience with the world. And then radio, TV. Now a kind of new sort of liminal reality appears. Now reality isn't just your direct encounter with people. I guess you could argue the newspaper would give you some sense of the world, but much smaller than what we have now. There wasn't a 24-hour news cycle. And so TV comes along, and now you're like, holy shit, the world, look at these. Oh my God, the world is not doing great.
Iraq War.
The Iraq War, Vietnam. And then, is this where he says?
This is where he says the fentanyl-laced urine, right?
Can we just play that real quick?
For me,
what's the lower purpose?
Volume.
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
It's just like, man, it's like, this is the other thing.
I fucking love it.
You can't expect tech dudes to, you know what I mean? That's like an attempt at some kind of like joke that because he is apparently not aware of the fact that he is.
Sorry, muted. He really said that. He really said that up on a stage that he's going, no, you're not deaf. You're not deaf. I'm muted. It's me. It's trust me, it's me. It's not you. He really said that as a joke that the fentanyl, that he wanted to lace urine with fentanyl and spray it at their enemies. Nice joke, kind of creepy. Didn't really land. Continue, please.
He has managed to freak out the whole fucking planet that when you do that joke, people are like, oh my God, he's going to start spraying urine on us. He looks like a mad scientist.
Yeah.
That's the other thing is like everything, like he looks exactly like what you would expect him to look like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And dude, I mean, when you see like,
he does yoga and like meditates and shit.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. Like, yeah, I don't know why people think that, they train people who fly drones on mindfulness. They like that's the problem is like all of these, like what, if you want to call them religious technologies, they could be used for all kinds of things, especially like, I mean, in Hinduism, Buddhism, and at least Tantric Buddhism, there's all these stories of these, I can't remember what they're called. There's a name of them. Essentially humans who have such discipline. And
Shane and Farmer,
like, chi or whatever you want to call it. That's a completely different culture. They basically become like these powerful magicians to the point that the gods appear to them to try to balance things out. And so, if you look at like what's happening with any of these like tech oligarchs, nothing is new. The wizard inevitably, what does a wizard do? A wizard inevitably summons a fucking demon that they can't put back. They do the summoning ritual wrong. The demon comes and it fucks everything up. And I always think of them as warlocks. This is the Warlocks Guild. Mm-hmm. And the Warlocks Guild has summoned an entity. This is AI. And the entity is not going back. Like it will be with us forever. You cannot stop the tech. You can get like, sure, you have to go to OpenAI to get ChatGPT, but you can download, go to Olama, you can download any AI you want in your computer, run it right off your computer. These things are going nowhere, and they're going to propagate. They're going to figure out a way to propagate in the wild. They're going to like, remember Stuxnet, that incredible that we used to fuck up the centrifuges in a, well, dude, the tech already exists to infect people's computers in ways that like,
that was like that Israeli shit, right? The 0 day hacking stuff.
Yeah, man.
What was the thing called again? I forget what it was.
They all have weird names.
It was Stuxnet, and then there was another one too. That they did it to Bezos, where they used it. The MBS used it to hack into Bezos's like WhatsApp chats.
You got it.
What?
You got it. And
I didn't know that.
Pegasus. It's got sinister names, and so we as humans know how to.
I know about Stuxnet, and that's fascinating. I love the story of Stuxnet. I don't think I know about hacking into Jeff Bezos's WhatsApp chats. Who did this? Dan, you know about it? Hit me. Don't get lost. Don't get lost, Dan, but give me the rundown, please. Take your time. Take your time. There's no pressure.
Know how to do this.
And is it Palantir? Speaking of sinister names, isn't Palantir the location of the throne of Satan?
No, Palantir is a this. I guess this is the location, right? This is the Cathedral of Satan, right? But
I thought
Palantir is from Lord of the Rings. It's
yeah, but it's also a place in Greece, I think.
Are you fucking kidding me?
All of Peter Thiel's companies are named after Lord of the Rings things from Lord of the Rings. Like the Palantir in Lord of the Rings is like that it's like the scrying ball that Sauron. Oh no, Saruman is like scrying over, like that crystal ball is the Palantir. Dan says Israel had an exploit software called Pegasus that they used to hack journalists and Bezos. See, bro, this is what I'm talking about. When you sort of float the idea, very carefully, of course, because it's a sensitive topic, that perhaps Israel might be trying to perhaps subvert the West just based on evidence like, the USS Liberty, the fact that they like apparently try to spy on the CIA, or the fact that they have this software called Pegasus that they hack journalists and Jeff Bezos with, and then people turn around and call you like an anti-Semite, and it's like, well, no, I'm not really anti-Semitic. I don't have nothing against Jewish people, but it just seems like the Israeli government is kind of a little bit sus, and has kind of dragged us into countless wars, and we all seem to be just like bending over for them. And I also found out the other day that about this thing called the Samson option, I think is the right name. I haven't looked into it fully, but I might do a video on this, because this Samson option is, from my understanding, is like Israel are one of the countries that has nuclear weapons, like America, like Russia, like Iran, and they are like the only country that has like some kind of clause where it's like they're beyond oversight. Like they don't like America. Everyone else gets their nukes like checked. Like, okay, you have 7 nukes, and yep, okay, this is what you got. This is how many you're developing. Yep, it's all under some kind of like agreed upon schedule. Not Israel. No one knows. No one really knows what the fuck they're doing, and because they just didn't sign up to it. No wonder we fucking do whatever they say, because we're probably shit scared that if we don't, they'll just nuke the fucking world. Literally.
I'm pretty sure. I'm 90% sure.
Please look
I had
that
a
up.
Greek expert tell me this, that Palantir is an ancient city in Greece, and that was the location of the throne of Satan.
Almost. Pergamum is. It's a misconception.
Throw it up on there.
Pergamum.
What is Palantir's?
No.
Oh, I was thinking of Ghislaine's dad. His company was called Pergamum Press.
Oh my God.
Do you know
Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, the triple agent, the Mossad Russian KGB agent, was he had a company called Pergamum Press.
Oh, why not? Hey, why not?
Pergamum was the location of the throne of Satan.
Why not? Yeah. Well, I mean, I think like that's sort of the other quality. Like if you get into default reality, consensus reality, you don't believe in magic. Like that's just a basic secularist thing.
Yeah.
It's like, what, do you live in Harry Potter land? Shut the fuck up. There's no magic. There's no God.
Hey, easy on the Harry Potter. Easy on the Harry Potter, Duncan. Come on.
No Satan. There's just matter. There's nothing else. And this is, by the way, if like you want to be a successful wizard, you definitely don't want everybody to believe that there's like magic, because if everybody believes that, then everybody could start using the things you've been using to get ahead. You have a direct advantage over people if they don't believe that there's some greater potency to human beings. And so that's one of the great spells that's been cast on the world is people just don't believe in magic. It's bullshit. It's something like, you know what I mean? Psychos on
What do you mean
Instagram.
magic, though?
Well, I mean, if you look at Crowley's definition of it, it's can you pull up Aleister Crowley's definition of magic? It's not very exciting, but it's a good starting point.
When you look at Crowley's definition of magic,
the science and art of,
and then like what everyone, like what magic is in like the mainstream, it almost seems like another psyop in a sense of like taking something that is real, which is like Crowley's definition of magic, and then being like, woohoo, magician and wands, and being like, it's all just crazy and a fantastic story. Like it's all just make believe. You know what I mean? But if you actually look at Crowley's definition and like what he was a practitioner of, it's not really like that. It's just it's kind of just like mental mastery. And yeah, really, it's just mental mastery.
Art of causing change to occur in conformity with will.
Sorry, I cut him off. Here we go.
The science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So that's magic. And so,
okay.
So what?
Spelled it with a K.
Yeah, they put the K on it to distinguish it from stage magic, and I don't like the K either. It's just like, come on, man, you don't have to put on that K.
It's too much.
It is weird.
Yeah,
like I get it, and it is kind of helpful, but for some reason, magic with a K just feels cringe. Anyone agree with that?
So from that perspective, anytime you do anything, write a letter, it's magic. You've made change occur according to your will. But most people, they are stuck in these repetitive loops, and they do know how to do spells, but usually the spells they're casting every day, they're just cursing themselves. These are the complainers. These are the people who worry all the time. These are the people who just say over and over again how bad everything is and are always lamenting this or lamenting that, vocally, audibly, and they don't understand, like, just constantly fixating on negativity is
bring more of it.
Crystallizing that. That's all it's just like
cringe with a K. I like it. Highly blessed. Very clever. What Duncan's talking about here is so true. Like, you know, people who complain all the time, who are like fixated on the negative, they're just like, it's like a vicious cycle. They're just kind of creating and reinforcing this sort of dark place that they live in by only focusing on it. And it's just like this vicious cycle that is so hard to break someone out of. Not because it's hard to make them aware, which it is, but it is also hard for that person to like break out of that, become aware, and then change their habits. Like we are such habitual creatures in every way. And when someone is in that vicious cycle, it can be so hard to like help them out of it.
You know,
this is like basic Tony Robbins shit.
Well, Tony Robbins, 100%, and Tony Robbins for sure has been influenced by a lot of like just basic occult teachings. But of course, you're not going to say that. You're not going to sell a lot of books if you're like, you know what I mean? The Tony Robbins grimoire.
He's very televangelist-y.
Very charismatic, very, yeah. But what he's teaching is, you know, it goes all the way back to like the New Testament. It's no different than the things Jesus was saying. Like,
oh damn, that got cut off at a bit of a shit spot. But there you go. Some good chit chat there. Kind of just a bit of shit talk between two bros, but some good topics and some good points. And the reason why I thought it was interesting, because the next clip we're going to be looking at is actually from friend of the show.
So what if the
Frater Eleftheria, also known as Lifting the Lamp. So we've got about a 5-minute clip here from Frater from one of his recent videos. And the reason why I wanted to show this is because after we did that stream that I talked about earlier, the Pax Judaica, and we talked about, you know, the Greater Israel Project, and we were given a theory on like why the world seems to be the way that it is right now, and why it's so crazy and confusing. And yes, hoot, Nikki, you got that one. Even that one got me. Very good. Take a drink. It can feel, it can feel a bit dark, and you can even feel like a little bit helpless, right? Because it, like, when you sort of go down that rabbit hole and you realize that it seems like this stuff kind of goes back to like literally the Bible, and that this is like people trying to fulfill prophecy, and that these people have been potentially running and had their fingers in controlling or at least pulling strings in the world for a long time. And it's like when you start to have that realization, I think a lot of people probably begin to feel a bit like, oh my God, like how are we ever going to stop this? Like, this has been happening for a long time. It's so out of our control. It can be a bit like demoralizing, I think, for people. And I totally get that. And you're not like weak or anything if you feel that way or have those sort of like revelations. Prada gives like a really interesting, different sort of take here and a positive spin on it as well. So I thought that would be nice to include in the show. But before we get into Prada's clip, make sure you've taken your drink from the Christmas owl put off, by the way. And we'll catch up on some super chats. John Anthony, my man, with $50 says, Merry Christmas, Josh, and my fellow Weirdonians. Here's to our continuing journey, searching for the truth in 2026, and to meeting y'all at Contact in the Desert. Yes, Contact in the Desert, baby. Come on. We're going to be there, and we are going to have the biggest and weirdest crew at the convention, and I can't wait. Thank you very much for all of your support, John, and Merry Christmas. FMJ says, Josh, please try to interview Bob Lazar. Merry Christmas to all. Damn, that would be huge. I feel like that's maybe a bit out of my league, but hey, anything could happen, FM. Anything could happen. We'll see what happens in 2026. Whiskey Dingo says, do you believe there will be a rapture? I'm unsure. I'm unsure too, man. I feel like that's something that who knows. And if there is, like, what is a rapture? I understand that there is like a general belief of like what that means, but I wonder if we sort of perhaps like misinterpret it. The same way how like we always go like, oh, the year 2000 was meant to be the end of the world, nothing happened. 2012 was meant to be the end of the world, nothing happened. I really feel like those kind of were actually significant points in like the trajectory of our evolution as humans, and like our spiritual development, I guess, for like lack of a better word. Like we did really seem to like shift, like they were pivotal points, I think, as like humanity. So it makes me wonder if like perhaps the rapture is something similar to how we understand it, but not perhaps as like literal or exactly how we interpret it. Who knows? Maggie, thank you very much for the vibe sticker. Appreciate you. Whiskey Dingo says, I believe no rapture, as in mass disappearance of the saved. I do believe, however, the Revelation prophecy, 7 seals, etc., is inevitable. Interesting. I'm not familiar with the prophecy, but it does sound interesting. I'll have to look into it. Thank you. Something or other says, sounds like you need to get Kurt Metzger on. That would be a good time. I think we'd have a lot of fun. That would be a good laugh. Kat Simpson with 11 months. An absolute OG here in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. She says, Merry Christmas, weirdos. Congrats to our major weirdo on your life-changing year. Excited to get my new head soon. And you are referring to the brand new badge, which hasn't been uploaded or released yet, but it is coming. And you will be one of the first, if not the first, to have a 12-month badge next to your name. Thank you very much for all of your support this year, Kat. Really appreciate you. Xenoscrape says, in scripture, Samson destroyed both himself and his enemies. IDF thermonuclear option 3. When everyone turns on us, we all go together. MAD, or perhaps mad. I'm not sure. But yes, that is the belief. That is the belief. Prison Mike, you little freak. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. All right. Let's hear from Frada here, talking about what he believes this sort of uptick in UFOs are, and where we are in this kind of shift into perhaps a new age. And he's speaking from experience here as well. So this goes for about 5.5 minutes. And as always, full video is linked below.
Uptick in UFO sightings that we have seen recently, and perhaps even this big push towards disclosure, because the reality of these lights in the sky has been so difficult to avoid addressing anymore. What if this...
Sorry to cut him off. I hate doing this so quickly, but if anyone who doesn't know who this guy is, he's basically like an occult practitioner, like a he does like Enochian magic rituals. He's done some pretty interesting and crazy things that most people don't even know about. And I've interviewed him too. So if you are interested in this and you want to check that out, go to his channel. I've also got an interview with him on the Polarity podcast playlist as well.
This is the sign that the coming of the Son of Man is very close at hand. It certainly is an intriguing possibility. Now, that's not to say that the entities behind the UAP should be treated like God or gods. Having said that, they do appear in some instances
Michel.
to be one and the same with the angels of antiquity, even the angels that previous generations of magicians and mystics have made contact with. And of course, in those earlier ancient or classical or medieval encounters with these purportedly the same beings, those beings directed us towards knowing God and following God. So perhaps that's what they're here to do again today. Perhaps the big takeaway of the appearance of these light beings at this time is as a big cosmic encouragement to us to reconnect with God, because we've lost that connection in our modern society, and it's a connection we sorely need to rekindle if we are to survive the coming challenges. Yet in this atheistic age, where because of the scientific revolution we have demystified so much of creation, and we value evidence over superstition, and we need a lot of evidence that's quite compelling to prove to us that a particular proposition is true. Perhaps these UAP now are being acknowledged as a reality and are increasingly being acknowledged as linked to the ancient phenomenon of contact with angels. Perhaps this is the thing, this is the evidence that we need to show us as a modern society, to help us to reawaken to the fact that there is a force greater than ourselves which can bring order and purpose to our lives, and allow ourselves to again contemplate that great mystery and not think that we already know everything that there is to know. And that
I think that's so true, right? Like, I feel like so much of our society today is like built around this idea of like, you know, being your own boss, and like no one can tell you what to do, and like sort of owning it, climbing the ladder, and just sort of like being your own, almost like your own version of God. Like, that's being a little bit extreme, but you understand what I'm saying. It's like all of this sort of like individualism, like extremely like democratic and like freedom. And obviously like we all want to be free, right? But it's like, it's almost like radicalized freedom, where like we don't want to sort of submit to anything or anyone, even if it would perhaps actually benefit us. Like, just the act of like submitting to anything is like sort of looked down upon in a way. Like, I don't really know if I'm explaining that very well, but you know what I'm saying, right? And it's interesting to hear what he's saying, that like this could be like a reminder that, you know, there are things higher than us that exist here, and we sort of live alongside them, and perhaps they guide us, and that sort of returning back to that mindset is not actually a way of, you know, you're not just because you're lesser than something in like some kind of hierarchical structure doesn't actually make you less as a person. It's kind of like just finding your place. Whereas like right now, it kind of feels like humanity is getting like a little bit too big for its boots, and we are just sort of like, you know, we're like apes with nukes in a china shop, just fucking the place up. And like that little reminder of being like, hey, you know, you're not actually the bee's knees. There are things here bigger than you that could absolutely fucking destroy you if they wanted to. So, you know, little reality check, please, everyone.
What we know is a universe that is completely cold and meaningless. Again, it's an invitation to reconnect with God and living a purposeful spiritual life. Yet from my own reconnection with the divine, my own communications with angels through the Western ceremonial magic that I've done, I know a little bit about this coming age, and I know that it's not about being shown some truth by a god or asking to be told what to do by some god. Perhaps that is what the revelations of the past have done for us. But at this point in history, what I believe the beings really want for us is not to follow them at all, but to grow up. This is our spiritual coming of age. We have needed a divine authority figure to hold our hand through our spiritual development up until this point, but now it's time for us to stand on our own 2 feet and do the work ourselves and reach new heights of divine consciousness ourselves as independent actors with our own agency. That's not to say we won't have any help. And the more that I've come to research the history of contact with these light beings over the past year, the more I've started to think that they have been intervening in human development through history, rather than just being passive observers of our spiritual development and our civilizational development. But I think the greatest thing that they have given us is not a new source of energy, not weapons, not modes of space travel, but instead a spiritual technology. Certain of these beings, the ones that manifest commonly these days as orbs of light, have collaborated with us to inspire magical and mystical systems that allow us to ascend in consciousness. From the tour that the angels gave to Enoch, through the mansions of heaven, through to the Hecalot tradition, through to Merkaba mysticism, through to Kabbalah, through to Enochian magic and remote viewing techniques, which would eventually be used to communicate with the entities behind UAP. This is just the trajectory of the development of the Western attempts to communicate with these beings. And in each instance, they have given us spiritual technologies to deepen our contact with them and ultimately raise ourselves in consciousness, and to push the limits of our own human potential, and to realize that that potential is more than just a physical body or a mind, but that we can influence the universe non-locally as spiritual beings and break free of our physical limitations in ways that we never even dreamt were possible. So
there we go. Frada Eleftheria, everyone. There you go. Sweet Bee's Knees. You're asking what his name was. Frada Eleftheria. The full video is linked below. His YouTube channel is called Lifting the Lamp. And I also have a podcast with him on this channel. If you go to the Polarity podcast, which, speaking of the Polarity podcast, and speaking of Christ, does anyone know what a Christ actually is? Do we have anyone in the chat who knows what a Christ is or what Christing might be? While you guys figure that out, L Asteroid, you little freak, thank you for becoming a member. Priscilla, raising a glass of WTF and putting on my festive tinfoil hat to you and all the weirdos. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, Priscilla. Anointing, taking drugs, a mushroom. Okay. Interesting. Well, we might be finding out very soon on the Polarity podcast, because we are going to be speaking with none other than Dr. Ammon Hillman this weekend, actually. Not live. It's going to be pre-recorded, but that'll be coming out early in 2026. A very interesting conversation that I am very much so looking forward to. Very interesting guy. If you don't know who he is, basically he's a classicist. He can read ancient Greek, and he believes that everything that the Bible teaches, which is meant to be based off of these texts, is completely different to what the texts actually say, which is where we get the question, what is a Christ? And he has some theories that it's very different to what the Bible tells you it is. So look, some people might even find his theories offensive, to be honest, and that's okay. I'm not trying to offend anyone. I like to hear different opinions, because I feel like sitting in an echo chamber is quite unhealthy. So it's good to branch out and see what's going on. So that'll be coming up soon. Sailor Boy Troy says DMT is tied to all of this. It will be the key. JJ Hertak, the 7 prophecy fires, ancient Near East, all a part of this. Look all of these up. 7 prophecy. Do you mean the 7 fire prophecy? Because I feel like we've covered that on the channel. before, the Native American prophecy. Very interesting. Awaken, not woke, says on negativity and blind optimism are similar in that both shut your brain off, just in different directions. Discernment is staying curious, staying honest, and not forcing conclusions when things don't add up. Love it, love it, love it, love it. And that is what I try my best to do here for you guys. I mean, I don't try. It is just kind of my natural mindset. But I think that's the way to be, because I really do believe in just the simple fact that reality is far greater, more complex than we really have any clue about. Potentially to the point that even those withholding information maybe don't even have the answers. But I feel like there's just so many levels to this that, you know, anyone who's confident about knowing things, I just sort of think, I mean, I admire your confidence, but also think like, yep, ignorance is bliss, isn't it? When you think you know it all, God, life must be easy. Susie says, let's say a prayer for each other, sending love. Thank you very much, Susie. Appreciate you. Andy celebrating 11 months as well. One of my OGs, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your support this year, Andy, and Merry Christmas. And Zeno says, Christ is a state of ultimate awareness. If you are a Christ, you are an embodiment of Sophia and Christos. You embody God itself as Sophia and the monad. Well, I think Dr. Hillman would debate you on that. I think he thinks it's something quite different, but we will save that for the podcast. Okay, we have one more clip before we get into the whistleblower tier list. Okay, one more clip, and then we are going to be ranking all of these faces that you see here on their credibility and how much we sort of feel comfortable listening to what they have to say and the things that they've said over the time. So that's going to be coming up next. But first of all, hoot hoot. Who is that hiding behind the box? Oh my God, it's Owl Hoodoff. Take a drink, everyone. When you see the owl, you must take a drink. And we're going to be jumping into this clip now.
You mentioned
from Jesse, speaking to the previous president of Kalmykia. Now, I can't remember his name. Is that bad of me? Yes, it is that I can't remember his name. Is it a conventional Western name? No. So forgive me, please. But this is a part of him talking about, I mean, his story is that while he was president, he was abducted and went on a craft. We're not going to cover that. I'll save that for the podcast, so you guys should go and watch if you haven't already. The link is below. Jesse asked him about alien civilizations and the fact that they potentially live underground. And I just thought his answer here was absolutely interesting. Now, he doesn't speak English, so this is AI translated, but just pay attention because it's good stuff. Here we go.
An underground civilization. And I just did actually a documentary about Peru, where they have these beings that have 3 fingers, 3 toes, and they're mummies. And it looks like they're coming out of tunnels underground. And there's even speculation that it's a global civilization. There was a being found in the snow in Siberia, and it was right after actually a UFO appeared in Irkutsk, where a lot of people, the villagers of Irkutsk, said, we see a UFO, we see a UFO. There was a bright light. It seemed to be a crash. And then 2 of the villagers, these 2 students, found this Russian, this little snow alien is what it's called. And that's actually, I wouldn't be with you today if I hadn't covered that story, because Marshall, I basically said, if anybody knows these guys who saw the alien, get in contact with me, because I want to see whether it's real or fake, or, you know, what's going on with this being. And because the being looks so much like what I saw in Peru. So I wondered if it's like some global underground civilization. And so my question is, do you think there's some underground civilization that's maybe as advanced or more advanced than human beings?
Yes.
Well, I don't just think, I am sure, I know. Even Baba Vanga told me. Sometimes she would point down with her finger and say, they are talking there, they are there. And I asked her, who is there? I thought she meant the people who had been buried. No, she said, they live there. That was the kind of conversation we had. And I know some scientists who study caves and rocks. When I was in the Caucasus, when I was in India, in Tibet, in the Altai, they found traces there. Places where someone lived. or where someone still lives and comes out from there. For me, this is natural. In some books and studies, it is written that deep down, all the way to the core of the earth, there are civilizations there as well.
Agree,
They live
Josh.
there, maybe in
Banger.
some different form. Scientists keep discovering things. There was a volcano recently, I forgot which one. Lava was erupting. And in that magma, they discovered living beings, microbes. So there is life even in that molten mass. If these microorganisms exist there, then other forms of life exist as well. Fairy tales and legends did not appear for no reason. There is the Kalmyk epic called Jungari. It was passed down from generation to generation. It's not just centuries, but even millennia old. And it was passed down not in writing, but through songs, through these ancient tales. And in the Jangar epic, the underworld is described, how creatures live there, how they communicate, how they come to the surface. Sometimes they don't come out, they get recorded. That's how it is. Well, it needs to be studied. That's why I say governments should seriously pay attention to this and officially allocate funds. But it's not just governments. There are also many businessmen, including American ones, I know, who, so to speak, direct money towards studying these extraterrestrial civilizations and civilizations that are underwater. It's quite fascinating to observe. We're launching cosmic vessels, sending satellites to Mars, to Venus, way, way out into deep space, aren't we? Yet we can't construct an underwater device that could descend to a depth of 10 or even 11 kilometers. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Because it's getting torn apart. We fly into space, to the stars, but here on Earth, on our own Earth, we go underwater for about 8 kilometers. If you take the Earth's crust, like an apple, just imagine an apple, then the Earth's crust is like the peel of that apple. And the rest, down to the Earth's core. How many thousands? 40,000 kilometers, is that right? How many different beings, different civilizations live there? There are many, and they also fight each other there. They set rules, sometimes coming to the surface.
When John Paul...
I've given you guys the Hunger Games analogy a few times, right? And I've said how, like, we are just in a district, and that what we perceive as like society from its bottom lowest levels, and by that I mean, like, you know, remote tribes in the Amazon living off of just the jungle. Okay, you could probably say that's like the bottom, to the highest, which is like the absolute elite of the elite in the world. Like, we think that's like the top and bottom of life on this planet. But what if that's just the top and bottom of our district, like the Hunger Games? And it's hard to imagine that, like, they might coexist with us here on the surface, because, like, where are they? Although I do actually think that the world is actually a fucking massive place. And if you have the technology to, like, do the things that, you know, some of these UFOs seem to do, you could probably live quite easily in, like, a secluded space, get around, stay concealed, hide, live underground, like, whatever. You could probably do that quite easily, I think. But what if that district analogy applies going inward into the earth, and we are literally District 9, baby. We are the fringes. This is the hood. This is the burb. That's why it's so goddamn rough out here, because we are just like the outer suburbs, okay? People are doing it rough out here in all places in comparison to when you start going in. What if that is according to the president of Kalmykia? As the president of a country of the world said, what if it's like that?
The second said that we are not alone in the universe. Do you think he was referring to extraterrestrials?
I don't know. If I could go back to that conversation, I would ask him in more detail. Sometimes, when speaking with great people, I feel happy that from an early age, life brought me together with such remarkable individuals and geniuses as John Paul II, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Baba Vanga, Sai Baba, and many others. Henry Kissinger, other presidents, unusual people, scientists, Joris Alferov, a Nobel Prize winner, a very strong physicist, you know. These kinds of minds, the greatest minds, real geniuses, All of them said we are not alone. So how do we understand that? That means, we are a part, it seems, of that grand thing called the universe. And there are energies. But people, well, people, sure, they're beings. But we often look at it too narrowly, as if intelligence can only exist inside a body. Yet take ball lightning. Ball lightning appears out of nowhere and then disappears as a flash, right? So it comes from another dimension. And lightning, that ball of energy, that's also a kind of living being. And our whole universe is made of dark energy and light energy. The universe exists through the interaction, even the sort of struggle between light and dark energy. And our universe exists inside dark energy. What is it that holds the planets, the constellations, the galaxies together? We're sitting in this black mass where it's zero, where it's nothing, where this dark energy is. But it's alive too. It kind of breathes. And that whole idea of yin and yang, man and woman, angel and devil, right? The almighty, all of that. The black and the white, the constant opposition. Just like in chess. Black and white squares, black and white pieces, all of it. And we need to see our life as a whole made of light and dark. And like they say in Buddhism, and like scientists say too, thought is material. When you think about something, it can manifest. But it's the energy itself that manifests. And that's why we need to do more positive things, good things. And our thoughts should be good and positive. The more our thoughts are directed towards something positive, something kind, something bright. And what is the light? It's light itself. God is light. God is love. So if we start loving each other more, as humanity, loving our planet more, then people will begin to generate more light energy, meaning positive light energy. And we'll start to shine. So if 8 billion people all at once started thinking about kindness, about love, about compassion for one another, the earth would sort of glow from within a bit. This white energy would appear. And for God, for the Almighty, He has so many planets like ours, billions of them. He doesn't really have time to look down at Earth. If suddenly our Earth, through positive thoughts, good thoughts, bright thoughts, gives off even a tiny spark of light for a second, God would glance at it, and that would mean we received God's blessing. When we come to church, we ask for God's blessing. We ask for God to look at us. And when all of humanity thinks about something good at the same time, then God will look at our earth and will live well.
Kind of sounds like he's saying when we all collectively believe or agree on something, we create it. Been talking about the power of belief a lot recently. Russell says this is some bullcrap. We don't love enough. How much can I love? Russell thinks it's all about him. Russell thinks he's going to save the world with his own love. He doesn't realize that the whole world as a collective needs to love more. My brother Russell, please take a deep breath, sir. Dan Garden says it's always hard watching something so translated because things can be felt differently in another language energetically. I totally agree, bro. I totally agree. It is tough with the translation, and you totally lose the tone completely. And I feel like there is so much in that. But you can kind of see his expression at least. And I also do wonder as well, like some languages, the way that they translate isn't like, they literally don't speak the same. So when you try to translate it, it just sounds a bit off. But I think his general message is still pretty clear, especially if you listen to the whole podcast, which you guys should definitely do. It is linked below. Go and check it out. But yeah, that guy was president of Kalmykia, also the head of like the World Chess Federation. So highly intelligent guy, connected to some very high up people, and claims that he was taken on board a craft and talks about the potential of civilizations that live far below us. Absolutely insane. All right. This is the very last thing that we're about to get into, and I'm excited to do this. Let's jump over here. This is the Whistleblower tier list. So again, for anyone who's just sort of checked in, this is basically ranking all of these people. And they're not all whistleblowers. Some of them are just kind of like figures in ufology. And basically, you know, how we feel about them. Do we think that the things that they've come out and said are complete truth, or at least are they being honest? You know, it's kind of like an honesty credibility measure that I think that we'll kind of do together. We'll go through each of these, and it is changeable. We might put some in place and then feel like we have to change them later. But you guys get in the chat, give me your opinions as I kind of click on them. Let me know how you're feeling, and we'll kind of get a bit of a general consensus together. But of course, I will have final rule. If I have to overrule you, I will. Just like the Australian federal government can overrule anything in the ACT or the Northern Territory, which is sus, isn't it? Jay Eden, you little freak, thank you for becoming a member. All right. I think while we do this, we might actually just get a little bit of background noise. Just a little bit. Yeah, you guys can hear that. That's probably a bit loud, actually. How's that? Just a little bit of something in the background. All right, whistleblower tier list. Let's kick it off with Bob Lazar. This is where we're starting. Now, look, it's definitely at least an A tier for me. At least an A tier. I think A is a good place to start, honestly. Do I think Bob Lazar is telling lies? No, I don't. Not at all. Not at all. But then I guess it's like considering, I also try and think about, like, you know, a lot of the information that he says, which by his own account, he does say he doesn't know if he was fed disinformation, but, you know, like, he doesn't know if the things that he read in those documents was disinformation. I think A for now. And just remember, we can always come back and readjust, which we probably will need to. Charles Hall. Now, for anyone who doesn't know who Charles Hall is, he claims to have worked alongside tall whites at Area 51. And, you know, his story's pretty interesting, a little bit extravagant. And by extravagant, I don't mean it's full of shit, but it's very out there. And he's not the most compelling speaker either, I must say. And, you know, that might not be his fault. Not everyone is charismatic. But for me, I think C tier is a place for him right now. We probably should have come to some kind of consensus on, like, what each of these mean. I think we should just at least agree that, like, D is just a hard out, like, avoid. Hard out avoid, don't listen to a word. And S is like, I'm all in and I believe that they're legit. Okay? That's what we're gonna work with. Chris Mellon of the Mellon family, by the way. Look, I think interesting to listen to sometimes, but I feel like and we will probably be applying this logic to many of them. I feel like when they come from, like, an agency or have a background around an agency, to me that just yanks you down the chain. I'm sorry, and it doesn't mean that they are. But it's like we sort of owe it to ourselves. When someone comes from these places, we sort of owe it to ourselves to sort of reserve a little bit of skepticism. Do you know what I mean? I think for now, I'm feeling C tier. I think a lot of you guys, some are saying F. There's no F. I think C tier for now. Rambo said, can we do a poll for each one? I feel like we'd be here all night if we did that. And the stream is already getting on. But you know what we can do? We can hoot hoot. Cheers to that. This list is sexist. Where is Leslie Keane? Yeah, I think we should cancel my moderators for being sexist. Absolutely disgusting. I would never do something like that. Personally. That's just my disgusting moderators. Dan Burish. Now, I'm not as deep on this guy as I would like to be. Well, that sounded fucked. I'm not across his testimony as much as I would like to be to give him a rating. However, what I've seen so far, I would say at least, I'm going to put him as B tier for now. I kind of wanted to put him A, but it felt weird putting him next to Bob Lazar at this point. Someone said A-. I think that is a good spot. I'm really enjoying Dan Burris so far, and we are going to pick that up and keep going on him in the future. But I think for now, B tier. But again, this can be amended at the end. I think A- is a nice feel, but unfortunately doesn't exist. Deep in the Burris, yeah, deep in Dan. Enough Dan. Sherman. Dan Sherman. What do you guys think about Dan Sherman? Again, I'm floating around the A-B area. It's interesting that his story isn't sort of more well known. Like, I only found out about him through Jesse Michaels' show. And definitely felt legit, seemed legit. B tier. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with that. There seems to be a bit of a general consensus here. We'll go with B tier. Baba Hubba says, I still believe and always have believed that we are part of God's brain, planets, and neurons. Dude, I love that. I love thinking about that analogy that, like, the planets are literally atoms in some giant, enormous, gargantuan cosmic organism. I love thinking about that. I don't know why, but it's like the biggest example of, like, as above, so below. And it does kind of bring a bit of comfort, for sure. And Dusty G with $50 and the Christmas vibes. My man, thank you, Dusty, for all of your support this year. And Merry Christmas to you too, bro. Very generous. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Next up, we have Bilbo Baggins. I didn't know he actually left the Shire, but here he is on the whistleblower list. That's crazy. Danny Sheehan, everybody. I mean, you know, he's sort of different to a lot of these guys, isn't he? He's a lawyer, right? But he does say some interesting things. Although he is a Jesuit, right? He is a Jesuit, which is like from my understanding, that is the intelligence arm of the Vatican. So how much do we trust the Vatican? A lot of people saying A tier. Interesting. Again, like the whole agency thing, it kind of, you know, kind of make me a little sus. You seem like a nice guy. You do seem genuine. But you are part of the intelligence arm of the Vatican at the same time. So you're losing points for me. That's just me personally. This isn't a factual list. This is just Josh for Polarity's list. We're going B tier for now. Dave Fravor. Commander David Fravor, famous for the Nimitz incident and the Tic Tac. I think I definitely feel more A tier because you guys will probably see a theme running through this. Is that I do tend to feel a little stronger towards people who don't come from these weird, spooky intelligence backgrounds. I feel more, I resonate higher with people who are just normal people telling a story, which can be dangerous, but I guess I kind of rely on my own like gut instinct when I feel like someone's lying to me. And when you're coming up against potentially trained liars, i.e. from an agency, it's like, oh, I don't know. Like, you could be so professional that you're bypassing my radar. You know what I mean? But Fravor, I think he seems like an honest dude who's just telling the story of what he saw. I think it's A tier for me personally. David motherfucking Grush, as he is known as. David Grush. What are we thinking, people? Someone said D. Z? I was honestly thinking potentially S tier. This is like an A plus S tier for me. No one is saying S tier though in the chat. Russell says S. Most people are saying A. S. I'm going to make an executive decision here and drop him in S. However, this may be amended. I really just wanted to fill that gap, if I'm honest. Truth Signal says gay. Yep. Donna Hare. Interestingly, Donna Hare's testimony at the 2001 Stephen Greer press conference was what led to Gary McKinnon a year later hacking into the military computers, because she spoke about the rooms, she spoke about the buildings in her testimony, and she gave the building like numbers and names. And Gary McKinnon saw this, and he used the building name and numbers to like find these computers and buildings on a network and hacked into them. So, I mean, like, you know, I kind of want to go S tier on that, because like, what are we basing this on? Are we just basing this on like, has this person spoken the truth and nothing but the truth? Then like, if like with Donna Hare, like, yeah, why wouldn't she have? In her testimony, she was very just like, this is what it is. And, you know, you could almost say Gary McKinnon proved her right. I kind of want to go S tier just based on the fact that like, she hasn't said anything wrong. So why would we go less than S tier? I don't know. I think I'm going to drop it. I know that's kind of rogue because she's not very like popular or well known, but like at the end of the day, that's what we're basing this off. People who have spoken truth. We'll see. We'll come back to it. Seriously, Josh, you're crapping on Bob with these two at S. Like I said, this could be amended. The thing is with Bob Lazar, I believe him entirely, but he's also come out and said things that it's like he's not sure about, he can't really prove. So like in his story, there is this kind of like, you know, little weave in of things that even he himself is not sure about. And that's part of Bob Lazar. And I feel like the S tier needs to be reserved for people who are just like telling you the facts and this is what it is. And how do we feel about that? We'll come back to it. We'll review this at the end. We'll review this. Dylan Borland up next. I think A tier. I think A tier. What do you guys think? Borland gave a pretty compelling testimony, even by his own admission, potentially a victim of some form of like MK Ultra mind control, which a lot of these whistleblowers seem to have some kind of, you know, experience with, unfortunately. Yep. Okay. Bit of a general consensus here. A tier. We like it. We like it. Edgar Mitchell. Okay. Apollo astronaut. Wanted to punch Bart Sibrel in the face. Big advocate for UFOs. Big advocate for UFOs. Potentially a Freemason, I think. Potentially a Freemason. Oh, some people are saying D tier. I mean, the thing is with Edgar Mitchell, and I think all the Apollo astronauts are kind of shrouded in this cloud of like susness, purely for the fact that they are Apollo astronauts, okay? And the whole thing's fucking weird and seems sus. However, he's also been quite outspoken about like our sort of like how we should be. Well, he's been outspoken about the fact that like we're not alone, like just categorically has sort of said that. And that we as a society should be like looking into this more. But I think maybe given the Apollo stuff, it's kind of like I think B or C tier. Because I mean, the stuff, he hasn't really brought anything forward, has he? He's just been an advocate. He's just been an advocate for like, yeah, look, this is real. We should do this. Which is like, okay, good on you. That's good. Thank you. But you are also an Apollo astronaut. So it's like, you know. Gary McKinnon. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to catapult this man from the secret space program all the way to S tier. I want to put this man S tier. I believe this guy. He's just a normal dude who is a nerdy hacker. And he, based on what Donna Hare said, found something wild. Now, where's the evidence? Where's the proof? We don't have it. But you could argue the proof is the fact America tried to extradite him and put him in prison for 60 years. Now, you don't do that for no reason. S tier, ladies and gentlemen. I think so. I think so. I'm glad most of you guys agree with that. Yeah, big love for Gary McKinnon in the chat. It'd be cool to talk to him one day. I've thought about maybe trying to reach out to him. But I feel like sometimes with some of these people, it's kind of like, you know, they've already kind of said their story once. And, you know, at the end of the day, that's what he did. He's said it. What more can you say? You know what I mean? Like, I could get him on my channel and he could say the same story. But I don't know. I guess I could ask him different questions, but, you know, I don't know. David, James, hoot hoot. Merry Christmas. All right, let's keep going. Eric Hecker. Eric Hecker, ladies and gentlemen. Antarctica whistleblower. Direct energy weapons. Neutrino detector. All the good stuff. And apparently, where did we hear this recently? We heard it on a stream somewhere, and I think I mentioned it, that apparently this guy tried to organize testifying in front of Congress and organized it with Nancy and was like in contact with like Nancy Mace or some shit like that. And then all of a sudden he loses his job and his life gets destroyed, which isn't funny. I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at the fact that like Congress are like, we want whistleblowers. Yeah. Come here. Tell us your story. Come in. And then you go in and tell them, and then all of a sudden your life is destroyed and you don't actually get to testify, and you're fired. That's fucking crazy, dude. How did that happen? Is that a coincidence? Or maybe is Congress like a honey trap? I don't know. Maybe. Kind of probably is, actually. S tier, baby. Come on, Eric. Get up. Get up, Eric. Keep fighting, baby. Don't give up. Don't give up. Gary Nolan. Gary Nolan. CIA scientist. The same Gary Nolan who came out and like vehemently denied that like tiny skeleton being that Stephen Greer brought forward like 5 years ago. I'm sorry, but I think I have to overrule here. I don't think anything above B tier. He's too in the reeds of the agency. And again, that doesn't mean what he says is true, but it's like, how much can we lean into his words? In my opinion, not very much, because he's way too tied up. He's way too NDA'd. He knows way too many people, and it's all just a bit too spooky. C tier, and my brother Gary, I'm being generous. Okay, it's Christmas. I don't want to D tier you on Christmas, Gary. You seem like a nice guy. I just don't know if I can trust you. That's all. No, it's not personal. Hal put off is next, and it would be rude if Al put off the owl didn't show up right now. Pour one out for the owl, baby. Come on, Al. Okay. Al put off. Sorry, Hal put off, not the owl. Different one. Hal put off. Honestly, I like a lot of the same vibes as Gary Nolan, to be honest. But I do feel like he knows a lot. I feel like he probably knows more than Gary. He's been around the block. This guy was doing the groundwork for the Stargate project and remote viewing. But then, you know, sometimes when he's on Rogan, he gets asked a question and you can tell he doesn't like that question because it gets a little too close and he sort of diverts it, you know. G for gatekeeper is a great answer. I like it. Dump him. Look, D tier would be unfair. I think D tier would be unfair. I think C tier. Oh, I think C tier is even a bit unfair. But you can't put him in the same realm as Dan Burrish. Maybe some of these other guys need to go up. I think C tier. I think C tier. We still listen to C tier. We're just a bit more skeptical and reserved about what they say. And I think that's fitting for who we can see in the C tier. Harold Malmgren. Harold Malmgren. Senior advisor to 4 presidents. Believes Operation Bluegill Triple Prime was about knocking something out of the sky. Apparently held debris from a UAP. Potentially CIA. Potentially CIA. And that's only conjecture, according to Ross Coulthart and Jesse. But I will say in that interview with Jesse, you know, he's, you know, that's like that's like it wasn't, but it kind of was like a deathbed, not a confession, but it was like an end of life review interview, really, and it was quite telling. I think we go A tier. How do people feel about that? A or B? CIA doesn't mean lie, though. Just tape over your mouth. Yeah, I agree. I think A tier is fitting. Again, we can come back and review. Jacques Vallée, another one who's been around the block. Around the block. Featured in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, even. Potentially, honestly, potentially a part of Project Blue Book itself at one stage. I think that's very, very possible. Put in so much work, though. I think if we're talking about the modern day, he's a pioneer. He is a pioneer. I think A tier. How do you guys feel about A tier? Jack Step and A. C? That's harsh, bro. C is harsh. Everyone's favorite. Jake Barber. Jake Bloody Barber, the helicopter pilot. Flying the chopper. Dan says triple A. A tier. Oh, damn, you guys are all in. You guys are all in on Jake Barber. Interesting. Okay. Bit of D spam here. You know, I think I'm gonna have to I think I like Jake Barber, but so spooky, dude. Not as a person, like not spooky as a person, but the background. The background's crazy, bro. What, you were involved in like firefights with other American like military contractors over these Panasonic, these fucking tough book laptops that are just like airdropped in the middle of the desert? I'm sorry, dude, but like you're in some shit. Like you are basically the criminal underworld of the fucking military, bro. And that's nothing personal. Right? That's nothing personal about you. You actually seem like a cool dude, but you're just involved in some shit. You know what I mean? I think B is generous. And you know what? I would push him to A if Skywatcher didn't just like vanish. I love that there's still people out there going like, no, Skywatcher are all good. No, they're coming back. Episode 3 is coming soon. Skywatcher's still going. I promise. Bro, you are coping so hard. It's over, bro. It's done. It's been red teamed. It's fucking over, dude. If you're still hanging on to that, you're retarded. I'm sorry. It's literally been almost like fucking 6 months since the last episode. It's done. It's been subverted. Get over it. I'm sorry. If that didn't happen, I'd probably go A tier, but it hasn't. Jeff Nicatelli is next. I like Jeff. And I think I'm happy to put Jeff in A tier. I mean, again, what are we basing this off? Do we feel like they are speaking the truth and nothing but the truth? I really think that's what we need to base this off. Are you speaking the truth and nothing but the truth? And like, there's no reason to doubt you. I think that's what we need to base this off. And on that, I'm putting this guy at S tier, and I'm putting Dylan Borland at S tier, and I'm putting Oh god, we can't just go putting everyone in S tier. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. I think I'll leave it there for now. I don't want to get too excited. I nearly got really excited. Oh, the owl is still up. Sorry. We may as well take another drink. Hoot hoot. Dan Barish up to A. I don't feel like... I don't know enough about him yet to be have that much... oh, sorry, no, up to A. You know what? No, I think I think I can do that. I feel comfortable doing that. Upgrade Lazar? I don't know, dude. I'm on the fence about that. We'll come back to Lazar at the end when this is finished, and we will we'll review this. Jeremy Weeks featured recently on the on Area 52. For me, I think B tier. B tier seems like a nice guy, but for me, it's like in the realm of like, I just can't tell if you're either telling the truth. But the thing is, okay, and the thing is, if he is telling the truth, why is it always like the military guys with these wild stories? You know what I mean? You're drunk, bro? Why? What's wrong with this list? I think this list is in good order, to be honest. Think of Element 115 and you come to your senses with Bob. No, look, like I've said with Bob Lazar, I believe everything Bob Lazar has said. I don't... Actually, you know what? What are we basing this on? Are they speaking the truth? Yes, he is speaking his truth. Is, by his own admission, the things he read in that briefing document potentially disinformation? Yes. But he is still speaking his truth. Therefore, we will put him on S tier. Okay? You happy with that? You happy with that? Bubba Hubba says Earth could be part of God's conscience. I like it. It's a good way to think. Thank you, bro. Random video watcher, Nanu. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas. And Constantina says, Merry Christmas, my beautiful weirdos. I'm practically here in my astral body, but love you guys so much. Let's go. Thank you very much, Christina, you sweetheart. I appreciate you and all of your support this year. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you very much. Okay. The world is right once more. Okay. I'm not going to have, I'm not going to be usurped. I'm not going to have an uprising against me. Colonel John Blitch. Just your average guy in charge of nuclear weapons who gets his face eaten off by a praying mantis that's 7 foot tall. Normal stuff in the American military, apparently. God. Look, I think, like you could easily drop him next to Jeremy Weeks because they're kind of like same. But I think we all agree that there was something extra about him that felt a little bit more off. And for that, I'm going C tier. It was just too weird, bro. It was too weird. It was so psyop-y. Like, it felt psyop-y at the time. But when you look back on it now, like, this was like right when the egg video came out and then he appeared on New News Nation. Like, it was just so psyop. It just was fucking weird, dude. So nonchalantly talking about a 7-foot praying mantis, and it's just like, again, he might be speaking his truth. I do think that a lot of these military guys could be getting their brain minced, like completely fucking manipulated on levels that we can't even comprehend. I do think that's a thing. I don't know if that is the case, but it's just too weird. And I want to say, given this, I actually want to push Dan Sherman up to A tier. I think this is better balanced now. We're looking better here. John Lear. John Lear, that's an interesting one. I think he said some pretty interesting things, like pretty early. Like, he was coming out early saying some big things. But he does have a CIA connection, a pretty strong one. Can we get a D though? Yeah, I'm sure we will. If we don't have a D by the end, I will I'll readjust and we'll get some Ds for sure. John Lear, I think B tier. Said some interesting stuff early, which I think is like interesting. He was pretty eccentric, pretty out there, stuck to all the things that he said to his grave. Strong CIA connection though. Sometimes the CIA comes in because they're A tier. Interesting, Jen. Yeah, good point. I think B for now. B for now. Dr. Jonathan Reed. Damn. Interesting. I've done some videos on this guy, the alien in the freezer case. Thoroughly and completely understandably becomes a questionable case when you watch the teleport video. But again, we all collectively agree that people who have these kind of encounters generally get intercepted. And I do wonder if that teleport video was like, he was forced to do that to take the heat off him. Maybe. I think given the people that we see here in B tier, I think we have to put Jonathan at A tier. In that, what is this about? Is he speaking his version of truth? I think A tier. And I think everyone in this A tier probably has like a mild question around them. Like nothing major, but just, you know, I think like that we all agree they're like pretty solid, but it's like there's, you know, it's still kind of like a bit of maybe. So I think that fits. I think that fits. Jonathan Weygand. This is the guy who in like 1996 or 97 was stationed in Peru and at like 2 a.m. got called out for a crashed aircraft. And when he got there, it was a crashed UFO. And he was then, they were the first ones on site. And he saw in the craft, he saw the being. He saw this weird like pearlescent liquid that was like changing color. And he was then, and then like a helicopter or like a Jeep arrived with like black camo Department of Energy looking people who arrested him and took him in for questioning for like 3 days. And these were like Americans. Honestly, S tier. I think S tier. Is he speaking his truth? I think so. What has he gained from it? Nothing. His story lines up with things that we heard from Michael Herrera too. I don't think, to me, when he speaks, it just seems like a guy just telling his story. It is what it is. JP. Secret Space Program whistleblower. Master Chief enjoyer. Clayton enthusiast. Deep Ocean Operation participant. I think this has to be our first D tier. I do. Now, like you know, with when I talk about the MH370 videos, and with anything in life, I always reserve a small amount for the fact that I could be wrong. So even my D tier is not like never listen to this person. But like my conviction level on this guy is kind of like quite low, extremely low. But, you know, if he does like another big interview, I'll watch it. I'll listen. I'll see if any pieces fit with the rest of the puzzle. But, you know, for the whistleblower tier list, I think he's D tier right now, unfortunately. Sorry. Carl Nell. How do we feel about Carl Nell? I always really enjoyed listening to Carl Nell. It's kind of sad that he's sort of like shied away from the disclosure front. I think he was like a good voice, like an important voice. I think he brought like a lot of balance and a good sort of like a level-headed approach and like a positive approach that didn't feel like psyop-y or like you had an ulterior motive. I'm going A tier. I think A tier. Yeah, a lot of you guys are saying A. Some of you guys are saying S. I think he could be S, but the fact that like you do come from like an intelligence Northrop Grumman background, it's like there's just like that little bit. It's just like I don't know if I can fully trust you. But you know, you could say the same for David Grush. We could say the same for David Grush, and I do really like David Grush. And you know, I think the thing that's pushing David up to S, even though he does kind of come from a similar background, is the fact that we got to see him on like Yes Theory on Jesse Michaels' podcast, which was like really sort of like intimate and personable. And you got to look at him just like as a normal guy. And he very much just felt, I thought he felt like quite authentic. So that's what pushes him into S tier for me. S tier if you pay $20,000 for a Soul Foundation invite. Yeah, that's right. You can become a member of the Soul Foundation, guys, for $20,000 a year. And you'll get disclosure. You get members-only access to disclosure a month early before the rest of the public. Crazy stuff. Carl Wolf. If you don't know Carl Wolf, he also testified at the same thing as Donna Hare. And he said that in like the 60s, I think it was, 60s or 70s, he was like a photographic technician for the Air Force, was brought into like a NASA base to look at something. To like repair a machine. And someone else was just like, hey, look at this. We've got photos of the dark side of the moon and there are structures on there, like massive megalithic structures. And he says in his testimony that when he was told this, he was kind of like, holy fuck, why are you telling me this? You're definitely breaching like some kind of security thing. Now I know, now I'm like implicated. And he was like freaking out. But he was also kind of thinking like, okay, maybe this is going to be on the news soon. Like maybe this is coming out. That's why he's telling me. And obviously that shit ain't ever coming out, bro. What are you talking about? You know what's going to come out? You're going to get hit by a bus on your bicycle. That is what will happen to you, Carl Wolf. Which isn't funny or a joke, but it did happen to him, which is a coincidence. So I think A tier. I think it's a solid A. Like honestly, has grounds to be S tier as well. The owl is still up. Take a drink. Yep, could be S tier, but I think I feel more comfortable S tier because he died. That's a good point. You don't die for you know what? Fuck it, S tier, baby. Come on, you don't die for nothing. Carl Wolf didn't die to be put in the A tier. Okay, Carl Wolf didn't die to be A tier. Everyone's best friend, everyone's favorite uncle who dips his chin in the bubble bath, Luis Elizondo, Guantanamo Bay enthusiast, counterintelligence professional, bubble bath enjoyer. I think when you show two photos of a UFO that you think is a UFO and it turns out to be a chandelier in a cornfield, I'm sorry, bro, but go and take a seat next to Jorge Pabon and grab yourself a Master Chief helmet because you are DT, my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules, Louise. I just enforce them. Marco Rubio, and let's talk quietly because I think he can hear us from here. Marco Rubio. The biggest ears in North America. Honestly, I think probably C tier. I think C tier. What do you guys think about that? Especially with that like weird... Oh, some people are saying D tier. Some people are saying F. I think C at best. And I think especially with his like weird little back pedal. Honestly, without his little back pedal recently on like Fox News, I would have thought like, oh, maybe B. But the fact that like he did that interview, then he got into the Secretary of State, and then that the documentary comes out, and he's like, oh well, there was a bit of selective editing there. It's like, oh, hold up, bro. What are you trying to just protect your position now? You're trying to be a bit fucking politically correct? Don't trust you. Okay? Don't trust the government. So when you start acting all governmenty, I don't trust you. So, honest, I know I'm kind of feeling D tier a little bit. And you know what? I've been overruling the chat quite a bit here. I'm gonna let the chat push me on this one, and we're gonna go D tier. I'm sorry, Marco. I'm sorry. Matthew Brown. Matthew Brown. Immaculate Constellation author. Warhammer painter. Live streamer. I can't think of any other titles. How do we feel about Matthew? I feel like, you know, there's the initial inclination to go S tier. And I think that is probably fitting. Just the one sort of like looming thing is like, why didn't you like say something, like do another interview, do another fucking interview and clarify yourself, please. Clarify some points. You know what I mean? I think S tier is fair. But Matthew, if you're watching, do another interview, please. You're welcome here anytime. Michael Batista. UAP Summoner. Psionic Asset. Skywatcher member. Alien on a Ledge viewer. Pong player. C tier. Yeah, I think C tier is fair. I think C is fair. I think D is probably a bit harsh. I think C tier is fair. And I'll just say I don't think this guy's like a disinformation agent. I think he is speaking his truth. But I think he just comes from a very spooky place of being like, again, potentially mentally manipulated with the you know, with the MK Ultra umbrella. And when I say MK Ultra, it's such an umbrella term. I'm not saying he was in MK Ultra, but I feel like he's from a part of the military/government that, you know, doesn't hesitate to fuck with people's minds. And also, you know, like when a lot of these people, like Jonathan Weygandt is one of them, Michael Herrera, who is up next, has said this too. A lot of these people who have had encounters or seeing a craft have all been given an injection immediately after, which is called like an anthrax booster or something. Anyone who has some kind of experience gets like what's the word? I can't remember. But they're forced to take an injection. What is that? Okay, I'm sure they'll tell you it's just for this. It's just to make sure you don't get any radiation poisoning. Okay, is it, or is it to mince my brain up so you can manipulate my memory into whatever you want it to be? Now, obviously, keep your tinfoil hat strapped on when I say things like that. But we probably should consider these things because evidently our governments don't necessarily have our best interest at heart. They have their own. Michael Herrera, ladies and gentlemen. In Sumatra, stumbled upon a 300-foot octagonal-shaped UAP that was Vanta black with no light reflection, with big, scary-looking dudes in black camo loading crates into this thing. And he was a Marine, just a pretty low-level Marine with a small group, and they basically like held these guys hostage, shook them down, got their IDs, and scared the fuck out of them. Is he speaking his truth? For me, I'm a Herrera fan, S tier. And I feel like I've got too many people in the S tier. I'm going to review this at the end. I've always been a big fan of Michael Herrera's story. I have. I think he's telling the truth. I think he saw what he saw, and I think he saw something crazy. And interestingly, you know, Jake Barber was there to intercept him. And apparently that's where Jake turned a leaf and became on the good side. Apparently, that's the story that we're told. I'm not saying it's not true, but you know, we should think about these things, because after that, Michael Rera didn't say shit. Philip Schneider. This is another classic example of oh, it's been debunked. Oh no, he was just a schizo. That's crazy. How come when he spoke on like countless tours in 1995, he would say, I will never end my life. I love my life. I'll continue speaking about this until the truth comes out. I love my family. I have a kid. I have a daughter. But he just strangled himself with his own catheter. With his own catheter. He was just crazy. Don't worry about it, guys. He lost his finger earlier in life, and he just made up a story about aliens. Don't worry about it, guys. He's just crazy. Look, I want to put Phil S tier because he was like one of the first ones for me that really took me down the rabbit hole. But I do appreciate that there is a bit of like murkiness around his life, which does pull me a little bit down to A tier. But the fact that he was murdered and found strangled with his own catheter, you're clearly saying something. You're clearly saying something that people don't like. This is a tough one. The death pulls me towards S. Phil is S. He died for disclosure. That's fair, Wrath. Phil did not die to be put in A tier. He didn't. He definitely didn't. Bob Salas. Captain Bob Salas. In charge of 10 nuclear missiles at Malmstrom Air Force Base. 1967, I think. All of them got turned off and disarmed. Which is not just like a button, by the way. There's like, you know, codes and sequences and a whole bunch of technical shit that needs to happen to be able to do that. And a giant red orb floated in front of the base. Now, I think an important caveat here is that by Bob's own admission, he did not see this red orb himself. He never saw it. He only saw all of his missiles turn off and become inactive, and then become active again. The red orb is relayed to him from the people who were up on the ground. I think that's important to consider. I think this is A tier. I think this is A tier. I mean, what do you guys think? What are we basing this on? Is he telling his truth, nothing but the truth? So help me God? It's an easy A tier for sure, but is it S tier as well? I think A tier is fair. I think A tier should be like people who we think are just like telling the truth and we're like pretty sure of it. And S tier is just like, there's no doubt about it. You know what I mean? There's just no doubt. I think A tier is good for Bob. Hoot hoot. So many people keep saying happy birthday to me. Guys, I'm not Jesus, okay? It's Christmas. It's not my birthday. It's Jesus' birthday. I appreciate it, but please, you're going to give me a God complex. Logan Clark says, if we don't get output off merch soon, I'm going to unsubscribe. Just kidding, but we need it. I'll forward it on to Suki. She is the virtual assistant. She handles the merch store. Thank you, Suki. Take that. Okay, what do we have next? Ryan Graves. Ryan Graves. I think A tier. Like, again, I don't doubt anything he's saying. I think he's telling his truth. And there's nothing about his story that I think is worth doubting. But I think maybe we should reserve the S tier for like that. But also just like super compelling, like really high conviction, just like really strong whistleblowers. And I think once we finish, we've got 3 more. We will just review it and we might make a few little adjustments. Interesting one. Interesting one here. Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer. All ETs are benevolent. Every single one of them. All abductions are staged by the US military as part of a preparation for Project Bluebeam. Was talking about CE5 way before Skywatcher and psionics became a thing. That really validated him. His narcissism mandates ALOA. You know, no, I don't agree with that. I mean, he is narcissistic and he can be frustrating to listen to. I totally get that. But I'm a big advocate for people having the skill to be able to look beyond that. Because I feel like often people who are saying something important might be annoying, might be dickheads, they might be shit people. They might be people you actually don't like. And I think if we let that get in the way of the truth, we're going to make it harder for ourselves. So I don't think we can't judge on people's character here. This has to be about what they say. A down from S because he's done the grifting and scamming too. Has he scammed anyone? I think I'm comfortable going A because there's no military background there. And he has been right about a lot of things. And he has hosted a lot of these press conferences as well that has brought a lot of these whistleblowers out. I'm comfortable with A tier. People saying he's scammed people? What has he scammed? What has he done? He dropped flares. I mean, again, this is just the whole like, this outlet's saying he dropped flares. Okay, now it's just, no, we actually summoned orbs. No, he dropped flares. It's just word against word. I feel like people who maybe don't like Greer or are skeptical of him will latch on to people saying, oh, he dropped flares, because it's confirmation bias for how you feel about Greer. But at the end of the day, it's literally just someone's word against someone else's word. How do we know? How do we know? Tim Gallaudet, Rear Admiral of the Navy. Rear Admiral of the goddamn Navy. Talking about huge objects under the ocean that move at 200 knots. A pretty like well-spoken, soft-natured, charismatic man as well. I think A tier for Tim. And really the only thing that kind of holds him off of S for me is the fact that he's high-level military. But as a person and the things that he talks about, I don't really feel any reason to take him off of S. But it's just the military link that, you know, you've got that little sprinkle of sus over you. But for the most part, I don't really feel like he's sus. You know what I mean? Gmaz says very sus, D. Last up. Merry Christmas, Josh. I love both of your YouTube channels. Thank you very much, Marsha. Merry Christmas to you too. I've been a little bit slack on the Jostradamus uploads, but it's coming. You guys might have a Christmas present tomorrow to unwrap. Hopefully. I'm hoping. Bill Cooper, author of Behold a Pale Horse. Is that what it's called? It is called that, isn't it? I mean, we've done a deep dive into one of his interviews. In fact, we should look at another Bill Cooper interview because he was really saying some interesting stuff. And, I think he also died for it too. I think Bill Cooper died for it. And a lot of what he said came true. And he died for it. And I think if you die for it, you go S tier. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling right now. Now we're going to, like I said, we're going to review this. Let me just do this. Probably should have done this a lot earlier, but that's okay. Better late than never. Let this simmer. I want you guys to take a look at this. I'm going to go to the bathroom quickly and grab another beer. And we might come back and make some adjustments to that. Let me know what you think. Yep. Josh Stradamus is my second channel. If you haven't followed it, please, the link is below. I'm going to be basically just like vlogging my travels, and I should have a video coming out very, very soon. Like I said, hopefully unwrap on Christmas morning or Boxing Day. Do we want to make any adjustments to this? I think, in the name of fairness, and in no disrespect to David Grush, I think military background, you just can't be S tier. Although we've put Dylan Borland up there. It's nuanced, isn't it? Nothing in life is black or white. Nolan D tier. You know who I wish we put on here? Mario Woods. I really liked Mario Woods. Donna Hare, Gary McKinnon. Yep, no reason to doubt anything that they say. Eric Hecker. I mean, there's no real reason to doubt anything that he says. He can come off a little bit abrasive online sometimes, but I think that's probably out of frustration due to like trying to speak his truth and not being listened to. So like, I kind of get that. Jeff Nicatelli. I almost feel like out of fairness should be A, just because it's background, just because it's military. I think that's fair, right? S tier should be reserved for like the top of the top. And should Eric be A tier? I think Eric should probably be A tier. Okay, we got to keep this as like, there's no doubt about it. There's just no doubt up the top here. Do we have to be fair and put Matthew in A tier then? Again, A tier isn't bad. A tier is still like, we should be listening to what these guys say, 100%. But then Michael Herrera would have. I mean, we can't just apply a blanket rule, right? We can't just apply a blanket rule to people. We can't just say military means you go down. It's not fair. We have to rely on vibes, right? We do have to lean into our intuition a bit and think about how these people made us feel when they speak. And I want to put Dylan Borland back up. I'm going to put Dylan Borland back up. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. I think this is good. S tier whistleblowers: Donna Hare, Gary McKinnon, Bob Lazar, Jonathan Weygandt, Dylan Borland, Carl Wolf, Matthew Brown, Michael Herrera, Phil Schneider, Bill Cooper. I like that. I'm happy with that. A tier, which is still, we should definitely, like, A tier is like, definitely pay attention to what these people say. They come from interesting places, which is like, a bit like, remember that, but pay attention. David Fravor, Harold Malmgren, Jacques Valet, Dan Burish, Dan Sherman, Jonathan Reed, which, I might be being a little bit biased on that one to be putting him in A tier, but I'm okay with that. This is my list after all. It's my party. It's my party. I can do what I want. Carl Nell, Bob Salas, Ryan Graves, Stephen Greer, David Grush, Tim Gallaudet, Jeff Nicatelli, and Eric Hecker. I'm happy with that as A tiers. B tier, Danny Sheehan, which, I kind of feel bad. I don't feel bad, but I feel like I do like Danny, and he does come across as like having good intention. But being from the Jesuit order, it's like, yeah. When you're from the Jesuits, it's just like, you know what I mean? So I'm sorry, Danny. I love the hair, but I can't. Jake Barber, helicopter pilot, chopper. Sorry, bro. Spooky. B. Jeremy Weeks. Yeah, I think B tier is fitting. Again, B is still like pay attention. I think B's, nothing wrong with B tier. C tier is where we start to get into like the, I think maybe Hal Putoff should be B tier. What do you guys think? C tier, we've got Charles Hall. Charles Hall's an interesting one because he doesn't like nothing about Charles Hall gives me vibes of like disinfo or like spook or CIA. It's more just like, and I think it's because of the way that he speaks, but it's just like, is this dude like in reality? He seems a little bit like out of reality. You know what I mean? Hal for B. What do we think? Hal put off B tier? Batista next to Nolan and output off is crazy. Yeah, you're kind of right. I do agree with that. Okay, I'm happy to put output off up. I think maybe Edgar Mitchell should go up one. Because, I mean, like, the dude's not really done anything wrong other than being an Apollo astronaut. I think in just fairness, we could probably put him up one. What about Donald Marshall? Oh, for fuck's sake. Not him. Not Donald Marshall. Add Mario? It's not that easy. I didn't make this either, so I can't edit it, unfortunately. I'd probably put Mario in A tier. I think that C tier looks pretty good too. Like Charles Hall, I feel a bit like, unlucky that you kind of are in C tier, but it's just like, you know, you're just so out there. Like, I love it, but it's like, and I like listening, but you're so out there that I just don't know how much I can really lean into what you're saying. But you know, the fact that there are tall white aliens that live out in the Nevada desert in this within Area 51, is crazy. And that they interact with him, and that one of them, and that they like look like a horse at nighttime. People think it's a horse. Like, this is wild shit, people. This is wild shit. And D tier, JP, Lou Elizondo, and Marco Rubio. And you know, I think Marco Rubio is kind of like different to the other two, but it's more just like, how much would I trust you? I'm sorry, but D tier. I'm happy with that. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Take another drink. Why not? While we're here. Oh, that one's empty. This is mine. I'm happy with that. There you have the Polarity 2025 Christmas Whistleblower tier list. You made it. Now, I did say, what's the how long we've been going for? It'll take us just over 4 hours. Do we want to play one round of Geoguesser? Just one round. We're already quite late. But I did mention it. We can just do one round, all or nothing. We either beat the high score or we don't. Yes? You bet we do. You know we do. Okay, this is going to finish off the stream. One round of Geoguesser. Put your geography caps on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. If you don't know what Geoguesser is, it is a geography game. And that is a real-life depiction of me. As you can tell, it's extremely accurate. It got my teeth perfectly. Geoguesser is a game where you get dropped anywhere in the world on Google Maps, okay? And you have to figure out where you are within 5 minutes. And the closer you put a pin on a map of the world to where you are, the more points you get. Now, a perfect score, Max Spears would have been a great one, unfortunate. A max score is 25,000 points. My high score is 24,732. Okay, so basically, like, if you fuck up one round, it's over. But even if we do mess up the first one, we'll just keep going because we're just going to do one round. Okay, I'll make myself a little bit smaller. Yep. I'll make you guys a tiny bit smaller too, so you're not in the way. All right, let's do this. Geoguesser, 1 round only. All or nothing. All or nothing. And take a quick drink just to kick it off. Here we go. We've got 1 shot, 1 opportunity. Capture it or let it slip. Okay. That looks like an American car. Guys getting in on the left-hand side. America, I think we're in the land of the free people. It does look kind of like, what do we got here? Where are some clues? Oh, that's not an American number plate, is it? That looks like a European car. That's not an American number plate, is it? Is it? It feels a bit like Spanish. Portugal, EU plate. Yeah, I was thinking the plate looks a bit European too. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. What is this? Is that Greek? Is that Sweet Mother Greek? Oh, God. Sweet Mother Greek. Can we get someone to translate what the text say? Do we have any Sweet Mother Greek converters in the chat? Hebrew? Oh, yeah. We could be in Israel. Are we in Israel? God damn, I need to move quicker. Is that Hebrew? I'm leaning towards Israel so far just because it... Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. You love to see it. There it is. We are in Israel now to figure out what city. I mean, it doesn't... It feels like pretty... Like, I feel like we could just... It's either Jerusalem or Tel Aviv, I would say. Like, it feels like major city suburbia. We really need a sign. Like a literal sign. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, it's in Hebrew. That's right. I can't read Hebrew. Sign isn't going to help when you don't read Hebrew. Come on, there's got to be something. Just something with a city name. Okay. We've still got 2 minutes. We've still got time. Everyone chill. Everyone relax. Everyone's getting really tense. And I think we just need to chill. We can do this. Okay, more Hebrew signs. Come on, give me something. What's on this bin? Nothing. Is that a sign? No. Minute and a half left. I need to start cruising. Oh no. Oh, I'm getting... Wait, I can't go down this road? No, you can't go down that road. Fantastic. So we're going back in circles now. Is that a bus stop? Yep. But what do you know? It's in Hebrew. Come on. This is going to be a 50-50 guess. Either Tel Aviv or Jerusalem. All right, let's get them up. Where are we? Okay. Tel Aviv. Where's Jerusalem? I think I'm going to go Jerusalem. Just because This so far doesn't feel like it's near water. And that is purely just vibes. Oh, we only got 10 seconds. I think I'm going to go Jerusalem. Yeah. Jerusalem. Take a stab. Oh, it was in fucking... Oh, it was kind of neither of them. Look, that's honestly not a bad score. We can still break the PB with that. 56 kilometers is like not that bad. Max score is 5,000 points. We just got 4,816. So like it's not bad. We take those. Take a drink. Well done, everyone. Wrath celebrating 5 months. Wow, that's gone quick. Thanks for the tier and Geoguesser game. My neurospicy brain is Pika hyped. Merry weird Christmas. Love you, boss man. Love you all weirdos. Thank you very much, Wrath. Appreciate you and Merry Christmas to you as well. And Beth Noy says, Merry Christmas. I love you all. Thank you, Josh. My pleasure. Thank you, Beth. Merry Christmas to you as well. All right, let's go. Next round. Let's keep the streak going. Oh, fuck, not these. We have to just Forrest Gump our way to somewhere. This is crazy. You just get nothing. Like, honestly, who even allowed these places to be put in the game? I'm fucking complaining. Wow. Come on. Wait, am I getting trolled here? It keeps looking like I'm going in a direction and I'm not getting any closer to this street. Dude, I'm actually getting... Wow, okay. That's throwing this game for me. Did you guys see that? I was spam clicking it and it was like moving, but I was actually in the same place every time. I was on a treadmill. I was on a Geoguesser treadmill. God damn it. Oh, was that a sign? Yes. Okay, we got something. Okay, look. What is that? Deer? Moose? So what? It's got to be like, that's got to be like Canada or America at least, maybe? I don't know. We definitely don't have those animals and signs here. Oh, another sign. Oh, come on. Stop. Stop. Relax. Crescent Creek Road. Okay, so it's an English-speaking country that has like moose or deer. I think Canada is like a safe bet so far. Oh, which road? Okay, there's a sign there. God damn, these roads are daunting. Oh, you can't go down it. That's so annoying. Okay, continue. US deer signs don't look like that. Canada. Okay. All right. We're gonna go Canada. We've still got 3 minutes to get a sign of where though. Canada is a big place. If we pick the wrong city in Canada, we will fuck it up. Saskatchewan, Alberta. Okay, a truck. Hang on. Come back, truck. Oh, yes. What do we got here? Surely something. Come on, truck. Don't go too far. Western Star truck. Okay, can we get in front of the truck just a little bit? Yes. I know it's blurred out, but what do we think about that number plate? Does it look... We really can't get close enough. Canada, I have that sign outside my house. Okay, Canada is locked in. We got 2 minutes left to figure out what city. We just need to get the city right. Or close to it. Like, decently close to it. South Saskatchewan. Come on. Minute and a half left. Absolutely nothing out here. Can we get down this road? No. No through road. Spelt through with a U. That's interesting. That's how we spell drive through. All right, come on. We've got a minute left. Where are we going? Saskatchewan, Canada. Where is that? That's like in the middle, isn't it? Like somewhere here. What? Yeah, it's Saskatchewan. What's like the main city you got here? Saskatoon? Or like somewhere south? 50 seconds. Trust me, bro, you're looking through my stomping grounds. Yeah, okay, Rambro. What? So Saskatchewan, is that what you're saying? 40 seconds. Come on. Not Calgary, that's for sure. It's very flat and green. It's either Manitoba or Saskatchewan. Okay. Okay. 30 seconds. I'm going for a Hail Mary road sign here. What an absolute dog shit place to place me. Gladwin Road. How about a suburb or a town, please? For God's sake. 10 seconds. Can we get over there? No. Okay. We're going Saskatchewan down the middle. We're going right here. Come on. Oh, that's actually not that. I mean, no, that's still decent. That's still decent. 4,251 points. We'll take that. That's pretty good. That's honestly pretty good. For like what we had, being 250 Ks away is pretty good. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. We'll take a drink to that. Very good. Sticks and Stones celebrating 3 months as a member says happy holidays. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the 3 months. Or sister. You could be a girl. I don't know. Merry Christmas. Thank you. All right. Let's go. We're streaking. Round 3. There's 5 rounds, by the way. Oh, for fuck's sake. Not again. This one looks a little bit more promising, to be honest. Oh. Aquarius. Can we get a bit closer to that? God. Hotel, restaurant, Aquarius. Okay. English speaking, at least. We can see that. No, it's not Australia because they're driving on the right-hand side of the road. Okay, here we go. We've got a good sign here. This is what we want. Oh, yes. Give me that sweet German. Give me that sweet German. Give me that Königslutter. Give me that Braunschweig. That Schoppelstedt. Okay, we're in Germany or like Poland. I think they speak German in Poland too. Or no, wait, they speak Polish. What the fuck? Or maybe parts of Poland? I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely feeling Germany so far. Can we find a city? Yeah, I mean, this just looks so damn German. But Germany is a big place. Germany's a massive place. Austria. That's what I was thinking. I knew there was German in another country. Yeah, it's a big place. So, okay, let's go with this one. Braunschweig. Braunschweig. See what I mean? Germany's big, and there's a lot of names here. Oh my God, I can see it. Braunschweig. Oh, I can't believe I spotted that. Okay. Braunschweig is 6 kilometers that way, which pretty much means we could probably place it anywhere like around here and get a good score. But if Riddighausen is 3, okay, which can we see that? Schoppenstedt is there. It's 1 kilometer to the right. And look, that's there. Look, there's Schoppenstedt. And we've got 6 kilometers to Braunschweig that way. So if Braunschweig is left and Schoppenstedt is right, that means we're like somewhere here. And that's 6 kilometers and this is 1. So we're probably like here or something like that. We're probably like here. I'm pretty confident to like put the pin here right now. 2 minutes left. I'm going all in. 8.9 Ks. Honestly, we probably could have spent more time to find the road. Probably should have done that, but that's okay. Oh, that's 30 points off a max score. Very good. We are actually streaking here. Come on. It's Christmas time. By the way, it actually is Christmas time in some parts of Australia. So Merry Christmas to those of you who are experiencing Christmas right now. Not yet for me, but nearly. Okay. We've got two more rounds left. And I'm currently streaking for a personal best here. Come on. Okay. Yeah, the American looking cars. We got here. Oh, here we go. Chicago, property of the city of Chicago. Oh my God, you sweet little blue bin. Sweet little blue bin. Where is Chicago? It's somewhere around here. Okay, God, we got that early. We could really hone in on this one. Come on. We got to figure out which neighborhood we're in. This looks nice. That's like so like iconically American looking. Okay, Lawndale Avenue is the road that we are on. Lawndale Avenue. Chicago's huge. Find a street sign. What's this say? Miller, Chicago. Yeah, we're definitely in Chicago. That's great. What do we got here? You guys got a shampooer on the side of the road just for some recreational hair washing. Anyone who's stopping by needs a bit of an oil up. Come and stop by the shampooer. There's got to be something on here that, like, when you guys, okay, what do we got? That's North Avenue. That's like a main road, right? In America, like if you're in Chicago, would you still have signs that, like, if you have a little shop that say here, like in Bridgeport, you know, would your signs say Bridgeport or McKinley Park or Canaryville or Bronzeville, or would they all just say Chicago? Like, how specific do you guys get with these kind of things? Get the shampooer to JP to buff up his dome. I'm already blinded, bro. Maybe not always. Okay. I mean, the great thing is we have lots of signs here. So, I mean, I think we're already going to get a really good score, to be honest, because we know where we are. But if we can get closer, I'm leaning towards south side of Chicago too. Okay. We've got Hamlin Avenue. And I think we were on like North Avenue or something like that. Is that what it was called? Yeah, West North Avenue. So I mean, I would assume that is to the north. Would that be on the north if it's North Avenue, or not necessarily? There's East Street, West Street. God, your roads are confusing. Wow, Chicago is fucking big. Settle down, Chicago. I need to stop swearing, by the way. Someone sent me a clip of myself the other day, and I swore like 3 times in 10 seconds, and I was like, wow, I need to stop doing that. Or heading north. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Jen. Okay, we've got a minute. We're starting to get a bit clutch time here. Oh, what's this say? North Pulaski. Okay. Not a lot going on here. Chatham. Oh, there was a lot of signs on that building. This is probably my last shot here, if there's anything on this building. Yeah, it's just like beer advertisements. Damn. Okay, I think, look, if we just go, people were saying Southside Chicago before, so we'll go like, I don't know, here. Love it. Love it. 22 Ks away, 4,926 points. We have one round to go, and I think I'm going to be, like, if we do well in this last round, I think I'm going to break my record. I think. LMN, I think that's L. She says, "Oh snap, I haven't made a live in forever. Happy birthdays. Happy holidays, weirdos. Love from my heart to each of you." Thank you very much, L. Merry Christmas to you as well. Nice to see you here. All right. Let's do this. We're going into the last round. We're going to finish off strong. Let's put our heads together. Let's think. Let's pay attention and focus. And let's break the record. Here we go. Please. Oh my God. I was going to say, please don't be in the middle of nowhere. Fuck. Okay. Come on. We can do this. We've done it before. This bus is like giving Africa. I'm feeling like we are somewhere like that. Oh man. Come on. What is this stupid stretchy thing beneath me? Okay, here's that bus. Oh, it's blurred out. It says something. Here we go. City Delta. Not super helpful. Person does look African. Okay. Oh, hold up. Back it up. Chuck it in reverse. What do we got here? Actually, we can just go on that side of the road. Royal Farmyard. Oh, hold up. Delta. This is an address. Along Old Lagos. Asaha Road. Newtown. Something Kingdom Delta State. And this website address says .com.ng. I think we could be in Nigeria. I think we're in Nigeria. Is this guy getting arrested? Oh no, he's fixing his car. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're in Nigeria. Umanid Kingdom? Something Kingdom. Where's Nigeria? It's like over here. Isn't it? Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, Lagos. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Guys, I think we're going to do it. Along Old Lagos Asaha Road. So this is Lagos. Old Lagos Road. Is that like a main road, maybe? Umanid Kingdom. And what was the last one? Delta State. So see if we can find Delta State or this like Umanid Kingdom. I don't know how far this could stretch though. Outside Lagos. I guess it would make sense if it's old Lagos. But like how far do we go? Southwest Nigeria. What do we got? Just under 2 minutes. Not seeing anything. 1 minute. Ogun State. So what was that? Delta State. This is Ogun State. It says Ogun State here. So maybe we can find something with like that similar text style that well, if we're zoomed out enough to see Ogun State here, we should be able to see Delta State at this zoom level, right? I mean, that would make sense. I'm not seeing anything. Or, okay, look, we're just going to put it in here. Lagos, 5 seconds. Come on. Oh, that's kind of far. Oh, that's kind of far. That's very far. Oh. 3,991 points. Yeah, there's the Delta State. God damn, that's old Lagos. Fucking ages away. On the other side of the country. All right, let's see how we did. This is going to give us the final score. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't even come close. 22,954. My best score is 24,732. Damn, that's really high. How did I do that? How the hell did I do that? That's a crazy score. I don't know if I'll ever beat that, actually. God damn. Well, guys, that just about wraps it up for the stream. I hope you had fun. I hope you have a great Christmas with your families and your loved ones. I'm probably not going to be live tomorrow. I'm going to be out and about doing a couple of things. But as I said, hopefully on Christmas Day or Boxing Day, you will have a present to unwrap over on Jostradamus TV, which is my travel channel. Linked below. Go and support it over there. It would really mean a lot to me. And if you haven't liked the stream and you actually did like it, I mean, if you're here for 4 hours and you didn't like it, that'd be a bit weird. But if you watched it and you had a good time, please like it. It definitely helps. And I just want to say I appreciate you guys. Really means a lot to me that we get to do this and just have fun and hang out together. It means more than I can express. So thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your night or your day. Have a great Christmas with your families. Lots of love to all of you. Be good to each other. Be kind. Don't start fights at the Christmas table dinner. Okay? Save that for Boxing Day at least. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Eventually people are going to say, what the hell is going on?
No matter how far you go into the dark, when you flip, you go exactly the same place to the light in our galaxy. Everything. Because everything is in balance. Everything is a polarity.
I think it's just going to get weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is.